All right, good evening. We'll call the August 12th, 2024 regular city council meeting to order. If the clerk can call the roll.
Of course. Councilmember Koo?
Here.
Councilmember Burt?
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Here.
Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Lithgott-Hames?
Here.
Councilmember Vinker?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka? For the record, 6 present.
All right, thank you. Move on to our first special order of the day, appointment of candidates for vacancies on the Historic Resources Board. I believe the clerk has an update for us.
Yes, we do. Good evening, City Council. Mahealani Ayun, City Clerk. We have a brief presentation to outline the vote results for the Historic Resources Board appointments, which we received electronically from all council members earlier today. For the Historic Resources Board, Geddes Ulinskas was appointed with 4 votes from council members Lowing, Lithgott-Hames, Stone, and Vinker. Carolyn Willis was appointed with 5 votes from council members Burt, Koo, Lowing, Stone, and Vinker. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and congratulations to the appointed board members. And thank you to those that applied.
Great, thank you. And yes, congratulations to our new board members. All right, item 2 is a presentation of our exchange students from our sister cities of Albi, France and Oaxaca, Mexico. So I'll introduce Sarah Burgess, who's the president of Neighbors Abroad, to be able to introduce this item. So welcome, President Burgess.
Thank you so much. Well, Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowing, and members of council, it is my extreme pleasure and pride to be able to introduce our exchange students to and from Albi, France, our sister city of Albi, France, and our sister city of Oaxaca, Mexico. We have from Albi, France, Julian Gandra Moreno, who has come from Albi, where we are celebrating our 30th anniversary of our sister cityhood. And he was staying with Sydney Ernest and now is staying with Alec Bonard and his family. And I'd like to mention both about each. Alec Bonard was in Albi this summer and was able to celebrate the 30th anniversary with us, with the government of Albi, with the presentation. And we're so happy that he's now able to, and his family are able to host Julian. Also, Sydney Ernst was able to host Julian for the first week, and her family has done a lot for Neighbors Abroad, and she has, so I want to mention her. She's not able to be here tonight, nor is her family, but she was part of the program for Pastor Oberdine in Enschede, and went to Enschede, and then recently spoke at the Sibling City event that we had just about 6 weeks ago. So that is from Albi. And then with regard to Oaxaca, Mexico, where we are celebrating our 60th anniversary this year, we have Adriana Yamale Forzan Ortiz from Oaxaca. She got here day before yesterday, and she is staying with the host student, Beatrice Hannah Stern Kinsky, and her family. Bea was able to go to Oaxaca and was just there for 3 weeks and came back a few weeks ago and now is happy to be hosting Yamale. So thank you very much for your support of these student ambassadors.
Well, wonderful. Thank you and welcome to all the students, both local and abroad. It's wonderful to be able to have you here. I had the wonderful honor to be able to be there in Albi this summer and hope to visit Oaxaca sometime soon, and encourage all my colleagues and residents of Palo Alto to get out and visit these wonderful sister cities as well. So would love to have you all come up to the dais if you'd like to take a photo with council to be able to honor your presence here.
And I'll also have our intern from our city manager's office, Ms. Carly Liao, who helped coordinate this item tonight. She'll join your photo.
Hi, Alex. Nice to see you. How are you? I'm doing fine. Thank you. Hi there. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Hi. Nice to meet you. Hi there. Nice to meet you. Carly, this is so great. Your name.
Do you enjoy the rest of your trip?
I know.
Because if you buy it, you got this.
Hi there.
Saw you here. Nice to meet you.
Caroline, too. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Matthew.
Who are you hosting?
Julian from IB. Actually, is my son.
Where are you from, Rich?
I'm French, and we were in IB a few weeks ago with this, the mayor. It was a.
Or just, I was gonna, so we're saying we should sit down, these guys.
Okay, all right, whatever. Follow orders. Here, I'll move in. There we go. Chantel, get somebody else taken. No, come on. Mahia, can you take it so Chantel's can be in this?
Can I give you this one as well? And we'll share it amongst the group chat. No tall trees.
Okay.
See you.
You too. How's things?
Thank you. Good.
Aren't we just?
Superstars.
Okay, well, after that fun, we'll move on to our closed session, which is item 3, the conference with our city attorney regarding existing litigation, the case Karina Rosner versus the city of Palo Alto and others. And before we take the motion to go into closed session, we'll take public comment.
We have no requests to speak and no hands are raised.
Okay, we have a motion to go into closed session. Sorry, yes,
Mayor,
Councilmember Koo.
I am going to recuse myself from this case because I had encountered similar, not to the extent, but it's still traumatic. So I will be recusing myself from this item.
Okay, so one recusal, Councilmember Koo. And we'll take a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0-1. Councilmember Koo recused.
All All right, thank you. We'll be in closed session until estimated 6:50, but that is an estimate. Thank you. No reportable action. We are going to move into agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to note that we do have an amended agenda, so hopefully members of the public did see that. Just to highlight the changes we have on your amended agenda, item AA1, that is a new action item related to the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, and as such, have eliminated what was listed as item number 8, a review of a number of commission work plans. So with that, there are no other changes.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to public comment. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We have 11 requests to speak.
Okay, we'll do 2 minutes per speaker. Just a reminder, no longer accepting virtual speakers. All speakers have to be in person. If you'd like to speak, please submit your comment cards now. We can continue to accept, Madam Clerk, public comment cards until 6:50, since that's when we're expected to go. Just a quick few ground rules. Most importantly, City of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance. Strive to create a safe space for all to express their views. Any intimidation or harassment of anyone in the room will not be tolerated. Second, First Amendment protects an individual's right to express their views in this public space. And while we are able to implement reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we cannot prevent a speaker from expressing their views, no matter how much we may disagree with it. Speakers saying something that you disagree with or find troubling, you're welcome to excuse yourself from the room until after the person has finished their comments. We won't tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone is guaranteed their time to speak, but it will be limited to your 2 minutes of public comment. So please withhold your public commentary or clapping or other verbal remarks, as they may make people uncomfortable in expressing their views. With that, we can begin.
Our first speaker is Deborah Lise M.
Thank you. So, hello, Council. Last Tuesday, the video was released of the IOF gang raping the Palestinian hostage, Islam Sir Swayi, leading to his death, with the rapist broadcasting their birthright to rape. Then, early Saturday morning in Palestine, the occupation dropped 3 U.S. GP-39 missiles weighing a total of 6,000 pounds on a school housing displaced families, killing over 100. The images were unreal. Incinerated body parts everywhere. Loved ones became unrecognizable body parts in bags. That's the image at the top. This is the 7th school targeted in 10 days. And it's verified massacre of 3,308 since October. Nothing justifies these crimes of terrorism, not October 7th or Hamas. You have probably figured out that Palestine is the litmus test for our humanity. And if Palo Alto doesn't divest from apartheid Israel, we have failed that test. And all your slogans of social justice, mental health, education, climate justice will all be buried under the rubble of Gaza. It's time to act. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leland F.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Leland Francois. I'm from the other side of town. At one time, we were considered one between Palo Alto and East Palo Alto. I'm a United Nations person, and what was just spoken of is happening over in the Middle East. Do you really believe in the UN flag? You fly it? And do you live by it? I have followed the UN for a number of years, since its inception in 1945 to 1948. I followed the original corridor that the United Nations took from Oakland to San Francisco, out here to the Mid-Peninsula area, encompassing Palo Alto, Los Altos Hills, Los Altos, Menlo Park, and East Palo Alto, which at that time was Ravenswood. I want to come before you today and trying to share a story, but since I have somewhat limited time, I want to tell you what it feels like to sell something to the UN, which I have done. I left some literature, and every time I attend your meetings, I usually like to bring something in and let you know what I'm doing. The United Nations Global Marketing Program has issued me an official registration number of a product that they have accepted, the UNGM number 947141. Now, what I will do, you may be wondering what it is, how it got there, and how it's going to benefit the world. Well, I'll follow up with an email to you from the UN Association of Oakland that'll kind of give you a proper perspective on what I've done since my birth time in Oakland, 1951, up through the sensitive years of development, 58 through 68. I've watched the UN develop. So I'll send you some information.
Your time
If
is
you're
up.
interested, I'll be glad to follow up with it. Leland Francois, thank you.
Our next speaker is Ken H.
Good evening, late afternoon. Ken Horowitz, longtime resident, and just want to follow up what's going on with Coverly. Last week, you met for almost an hour and a half in a closed session. I think it's the 6th or 7th closed session about property negotiations. I understand the property negotiation has to do with money. And that's why it's sensitive and in closed session. But I think we, the public, needs to know a little bit more what's going on. The school liaison meetings over the last few months have been canceled. So there doesn't seem to be any talking regarding the school district and the council members. And I haven't heard anything from the ad hoc committee on Coverly. So I think it's long due. And we have an election coming up in less than 90 days. We're going to have 4 new seats, maybe. I'm hopeful, truthfully. And maybe we can get this thing moving finally. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Natalie N.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Neufeld, and I am a graduate student at Stanford University studying political communication. I am in the middle of a project right now on local politics that involves the Palo Alto City Council. I am conducting ethnographic research at these council meetings, which I cleared with the city clerk's office in an email exchange in February and with Stanford's Institutional Review Board in April. Since then, I have been observing the regular city council meetings virtually and taking written notes. I will continue observing meetings until November, both in person and virtually. If anyone has questions or concerns about my project, I'm happy to hand out my business cards and follow up with you about it. Also, as part of my research, I would like to interview people who come to these meetings about their experiences. If anyone in attendance here is willing to give me an hour of their time to be interviewed, not during the meeting, some other time, please give me your contact information or come pick up a business card for me. I'll be back in the back of the room for the duration of the meeting. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Noelle S.
So welcome back to session. I hope you've been thinking a little bit more about the current genocide that's happening in Gaza. I was volunteering in Yosemite all month. I didn't have internet, which was a nice respite from seeing dead children buried under rubble, listening to politicians pretend this isn't happening, sending more money, more bomb shipments. And And actually, I'm not watching the news. It's just too painful. I did finish this book. I recommend it. This is Ilan Pappé. He's probably heard of him. He's an Israeli historian, quite well respected. He wrote a book called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. And if you read the book, it's actually pretty interesting. What's going on today is really is a continuation of what happened in 47 and 48, where the Zionist militias would go into a village and, basically massacre a lot of the men and kick everybody out. They'd often strip the women of their jewelry, and sometimes women and girls were raped. And this is just more of the same. I mean, and the big difference is we have social media now, and so everybody is seeing what's going on in Gaza. Back in 47, 48, most people probably didn't know. But there's no excuse. There's no excuse for silence. There just isn't. This has been going on for way too long. And the tide will turn, and this will be remembered. And the people who are silent will be remembered for their silence. I've really lost a lot of faith in the human race just watching what's happened. I completely understand how the Nazis took power, completely. This is so similar. And it's deeply tragic.
Our next speaker is Avram F.
That's Avram Finkelstein for now. Okay, so I gave all of you under my true name, Fixing Our Two-Tier System of Justice. It's a piece that was published in the Daily Journal in 2014 on the Michael Brown killing. And sadly, some people say that was the beginning, that time frame of the Black Lives Matter movement. But in any event, the police killings of Black people has not diminished, it's increased. We know that, and you all still refuse to speak out on Zach Perone, okay? The racist who used the N-word, and you all have never dealt with that. I'm gonna move on to another subject. So Ed, back in January, when you were running for vice mayor, you remember that? You were putting out all your credentials, okay? And as far as I'm concerned, you jumped over two females. You claim to be a feminist. And you're a mensch, you do a lot of good stuff out here. But you decided to jump over Julie Lithcott-Haynes and Vinky Venker. You used your white male privilege to do that. But that night, you disclosed something I didn't know. You talked about your good works at Beth Am. I'm not going to have enough time to go into that tonight, but what I can tell you is I only can say what I see in their mission statement. We strive to live as a holy community whose study and practice of Judaism inspires us to, quote, do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with our God. Now, whether you subscribe to everything that Beth Am has to stand for, I don't know. But you certainly on your website are strong supporters of the vile state of Israel. And I want to talk more about that when I come back. I don't have more time tonight, but we're going to open up that can of worms and break your silence on this issue, aren't we?
Our next speaker is Julie S.
Hello, my name is Julie Sanford, and I've been a resident of Palo Alto for the past 19 years. My colleagues and I are volunteers for the United Sovereign Americans, not spokespeople. United Sovereign Americans is a nationwide organization with thousands of active volunteers in over 20 states. Today, we come to you as concerned citizens, sharing alarming information about our state's voter roll database. Research of the state's voter roll database was done through hundreds of hours of research conducted by highly qualified and credentialed data teams. An analysis of the 2022 election, researched by the highly qualified data teams using only official data provided by California elections officials, indicates serious issues with compliance of federal law. We are here to present to you and the public the results that the aforementioned analysis showing the votes cast, counted, and certified may not all be valid and accurate under the Constitution and under the law. We are not here to cast any blame or aspersions on any elected official. We do not suggest any candidates in any race have wrongly won or lost their races, nor do we advocate for the overturning or rerunning of any past elections. Tonight, we will present with a resolution demanding an end to the inaccuracy and uncertainty plaguing our elections, along with a summary of our findings and the laws that apply. Though you bear no direct responsibility for anything in the electoral process, we come to you, our closest elected representatives, for support and action. We're asking that you listen to the resolution and take the necessity for valid elections seriously by adding the resolution to
Your time
next
is up.
meeting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sue B.
Good evening. My name is Sue Bazzini, and I'm here to read into record the first portion of the USA resolution. Whereas it is a recognized civil right in the United States for every citizen to have a free and fair elections. Whereas it is the duty of our election officials to guarantee our elections are accurate and free from distortion or manipulation. Whereas our constitutional system of representative government only works when the following four tenets of an election are upheld. Number one, the voter rolls must be accurate. National Voter Registration Act, 1993. Number two, votes counted must be from eligible voters. The U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 2. Number three, the number of votes counted must equal the number of voters who voted. And number four, there can be no more than 1 in 125,000 ballots in error by the voting system. Help America Vote Act, 2002. Whereas the analysis of the California 2022 general election has uncovered evidence of massive inaccuracies that appear to violate both federal and state laws, including 5,886,198 ineligible or uncertain registrations violations found within the California State Voter Roll database. 2,776,939 votes cast by ineligible or uncertain registrants. 123,785 more votes counted than voters who voted. No one knows who cast them. And finally, 2,776,849 apparent voting violations in excess of the legal standard for accuracy in a valid federal election. We only were allowed 90. Certification as defined by law is an attestation of accuracy and compliance, and we were not in it.
Our next speaker is Jean R.
Hello, my name is Jean. I'm here to read into the record the next section of the USA resolution. Whereas these findings trample legal accuracy requirements of the voting system during a federal election, whereas the intent of the voters must be known factually before certification can be lawfully conducted, whereas the 2022 general election appears to have been invalid, depriving us of the guaranteed protection of our natural rights under a government duly and provably chosen by us, the American people, resulting in incalculable damage to our families, our way of life, and the fabric of these United States. Therefore, we call upon our representatives to provide relief to the people and the assurance of domestic tranquility by joining us in demanding a valid 2024 general election that upholds these existing laws and equitable principles of law. 1, proof of citizenship, identity, and eligibility required to register and vote, not anonymous attestation. 2, voter rolls certified, accurate, and available for public review and challenge 30 days before the start of early voting. Voters added after that date must bring proof of citizenship, identity, and address in person to a qualified official at each polling place. 3, hand-marked secure ballots similar to currency. Where imaging technology is used for tabulation, the security features must be verifiable in the ballot image. 4, systems, machines, security measures, infrastructure, and conduct are required to be compliant with federal law for fraud prevention regarding risk assessment, certification, testing, and implementation. 5, adjudication must be signed off by party candidate and trained citizen witness after being given full and effective observation rights. Candidates and trained citizens must be allowed immediate access to ballots, ballot images, and cast vote records. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alicia S.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Schoolcraft, and I'm here to read into the record the last section of the USA Resolution. Number 6, ballots, regardless of entry source, election operations, and systems must maintain end-to-end chain of custody from voter to vote count to final canvass, including auditability and witness transfer with paper records. Number 7, a National Institute of Standards and technology compliant, randomized, statistically valid end-to-end audit with a 95% confidence level of all elections pursuant to the 14th Amendment, Section 2 must be performed. These audits are to be conducted by qualified, insured, and bonded security, forensics, and financial auditors, not personnel from within the election system. Reconciliation will include the vote count, real physical ballots, adjudication, cast vote records, ballot count, qualified voter count, custody transfer, and all other paper and electronic election systems, including logs. Number 8, if the total of unique variances above is more than 10% of the margin of victory, a new election must be held in the state for those candidates affected unless the issues can be provably corrected by a manual hand recount and a full review of records. Number 9, waiver of requirements is not allowed. Only end-to-end systems compliance from registration through certification can guarantee the intent of the people is accurately recorded. Be it resolved that the Palo Alto City Council members stand in support with the concerns and remedies presented here. We implore the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, California Legislature, federal legislatures, law enforcement, federal and state prosecutors, judges, and both California Secretary of State.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric M.
My name is Eric Matthews. To read the rest of this into the record, this also included the county registrars of voters to cooperate and fully and fulfill these firm requests of the people. So what you heard tonight is a powerfully written resolution outlining the massive inaccuracies of our 2022 election from registration through certification. The resolution delineates meaningful remedies that will proactively protect the validity of the 2024 general election for all Americans. Your written copy cites many U.S. Supreme Court precedents and federal constitutional mandates that support the need for such actions. The large numbers of Californians have questions about the trustworthiness of our elections. Official data show these concerns are valid, and the law says resolving them is essential in securing our liberty. The cost for not fixing the enumerated problems is immeasurable. So we urge you to put this resolution on the agenda for the next city council meeting where you can vote to join us in support of fair, honest, and valid elections. The United Sovereign Americans website showcases our initiatives nationwide and features some extremely informative election videos. We encourage you to visit the uniteforfreedom.com site and learn more about the organization. Our goal is to restore valid elections throughout our country. And that's unite4freedom.com. Thank you for your time tonight.
Our next speaker is Ben C.
Good evening, Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Benjamin Sintz, and I live in Palo Alto. I also have my office here, and my family owns 4 small commercial properties. And what I'm here to speak on is the broader issue of zoning on El Camino Real. I know that all parking is going to be removed, not just in in reference to item 6 tonight, but along all of El Camino. And right now, El Camino has the same zoning as the rest of the city, but there'll be a lack of parking. And what I'm asking is that the council consider putting together an outreach to the community that would include owners and tenants and community members so that they can assess the need for retail and the flexibility for multi-use ground floor in light of the removal of parking. One building, when it was built, it had 7 parking spaces in front because at that time there was no sidewalk, at least no city required sidewalk, and there were the parking was perpendicular. Those spaces were removed. Then a bus stop was added, and now there's currently no spaces in front of the building, 2 spaces on the entire block. So this is going to aggravate that situation even more with a lack of parking at all. I think the city council and the community needs to look at how viable is retail on all areas of El Camino or should other uses be allowed, not exclusively, but as alternatives. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
All right, thank you. We'll now move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mayor. I was contacted by many residents about the California Avenue survey. The deadline was August 11th. On the notices, there was no time stated. However, when many of the residents went to fill out the survey on Sunday afternoon, it was shown as closed. So I think moving forward that perhaps we should look at the notification and ensuring that there's a time included with the deadline. My second item is I would like to request information on Assembly Bill 3122 and also Senate Bill 450, which are both going to be impactful on Palo Alto and other cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the consent calendar. Consent calendar item 4 and 5. We'll go ahead, turn to take public comment on the consent calendar.
Our first speaker is Herb B.
And council members, this is on item 5 on Tara Well site. I support the recommendation of the Parks and Recreation Commission to change the name to Fred Arley, Tower Well Park. The council and the commission follow the policy and procedure for renaming the park. It's been publicly noticed and people have been given the opportunity to make other recommendations, and the commission has so acted. As indicated in the staff report, at the same time, you also asked the Historic Resources Board to make a recommendation about whether this item should be placed in the National California Register. However, that part of your recommendation, direction to HRB, wasn't given to them. Instead, staff apparently has conflated the HRB making a recommendation with the work that staff has to do once council makes a decision to place it on the National Register. As staff report says, the site has already been determined to be eligible for the National Register. And that's all that the HRB needs to know to be able to make a recommendation to you about whether it should be put on the National Register. Only when you make a decision to place it on the National Register or California Register is there staff report that may be required to be done. Therefore, since that recommendation wasn't followed at the appropriate time, I believe it's important for you to give direction to staff to let you know when this is going to be placed on the HRB agenda to make a recommendation to you, because I don't believe that requires substantial or any staff work. That's normally would be at count, the count at the end of, in the past, at the end of the agenda or you can bring that item, just for this item up forward to do that. And it's only when you make a decision to do that, then you would then get a commitment from staff and an understanding of what resources are required and how long it would take. But to simply ignore the fact that you gave that direction to the HRB and simply tell them that they were being given a request from the council without telling them what the full request was, and without having anyone have an opportunity to distinguish between making a recommendation for something that's already been determined to be eligible to National Register versus implementing a decision of the council to do so. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on consent calendar items 4 and 5.
Okay. Any requests to pull or no votes? Okay. See none. Anyone like to make a motion to move the consent calendar? Councilmember Burt moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Koo.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Moving on now to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I request city clerk's assistance here? Thank you. Just a few comments. And in fact, as we are making the transition, did the city clerk want to make mention of our interpretation services this evening?
Thank you, City Manager Shikata. We will have our admin translate in Spanish for an update and on our translation services being offered tonight.
Buenas noches para todos nuestros residentes y visitantes. Tenemos una aplicación que pueden usar para obtener la traducción en tiempo real. Todo lo que tienen que hacer es escanear el código de QR y seguir las instrucciones y elegir el idioma en que quieren escuchar la traducción. Pueden encontrar esta información atrás del cuarto o aquí en el frente con esta página y nomás de seguir, escanear el QR code y seguir las instrucciones. Y les va a traducir para ustedes, pero también para ellos. Gracias. Sorry about that. So what I wanted to say and I was sharing was that for all of our residents and visitors who are visiting us today, we have an application that the City of Palo Alto uses called Wordly. And with that app, all you have to do is scan the QR code, choose the language that you'd like to hear the interpretation in, and you'll get interpretation in real time for yourself and also for our council. And those instructions are in the back of the room and also here in the front if you'd like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Clerk and support to really reinforce that while we know that item AA1 is an item that we may have requests for translation, that we thought we'd get that going early. So with the city manager's comments, that way, if any members of the public that are attempting to get this application up and running have any difficulties, that we have staff available to assist. And I'll try actually to model what we may suggest for the city council's discussion, which is to pace our discussion perhaps a bit slower, because the translation service, as would a human translator, does require just a split second more time to catch up and be able to provide the information in a different language. So with that, thank you, City Clerk. If we could move to the next slide. This is simply a heads up with the upcoming community survey that the city of Palo Alto does each year. And as such, residents who have been randomly selected will be receiving the packet of community survey forms, or actually a postcard that provides access to complete the survey. We'll have follow-up as we have in prior years, but really at this point wanted to provide this heads up for all members of the community to anticipate receiving a letter signed by me. And so in this case, legitimate letter, and one that we certainly invite community members to participate in order to give us feedback on our services, as well as any general feedback on life in Palo Alto. Next slide, please. Also, for those who are not aware, that August is Wellness Month, and interestingly, fact I was not aware of, but our ongoing wellness tips and other similar information that we provide each week in our Uplift Local newsletter is actually one of our most popular items, as indicated in clicks on our electronic newsletter. So that said, I do want to remind everyone in the community that we have resources available, as well as ongoing services through the County of Santa Clara 988 for any issues of immediate urgency or crisis. At the same time, our resources of cityofpaloalto.org/bewell provide a variety of resources and information on how best to simply seek out and take advantage of resources to help community health, noting in particular this month of National Wellness Month. Next slide, please. Also want to take the opportunity to remind community members to sign up for Alert SCC, that provides emergency alerts on your mobile device. And always an important message for us to stay connected and have opportunities to receive any emergency notifications as may be needed. Next slide, please. Then finally, just a look ahead on upcoming city council agendas. Next week, we have 2 study sessions from our Human Relations Commission, one related to lived experience of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders, and the second study session reporting on work on local experiences of Islamophobia, anti-Arab hate, as well as anti-Semitism. And actually, the nonprofit risk management audit has been pulled from that agenda, so we'll be returning on a subsequent date. And the Casalea Transportation Demand Management Plan will be heard next week. Then we have a break for the Labor Day holiday on September 2nd, and will return on September 9th with, actually, September 9th will be an unusual meeting in that we have 3 closed sessions. And as a result, we'll have the open session items first, including a study session and your consent calendar. Then we'll actually conclude the evening with the 3 closed sessions on September 9th. Then on the 16th, we'll have a study session related to the airport long-range planning, as well as work plans for a number of city commissions and boards. With that, Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Okay, coming to our break, but curious how colleagues are feeling, if we need a break already. No, feeling well rested, ready to go. Great. We can defer that to later. So we'll move on now to our action items. Our first one, AA1. This is a public hearing / quasi-judicial for the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park redevelopment at 3980 El Camino Real. This was removed from consent calendar last week and rescheduled for this evening as an action item. I assume since quasi-judicial, we need to do disclosures first, correct? Yes, okay, perfect. So any disclosures from council members? All right, yeah, lights would be great. Councilmember, we'll just go from left to right with the lights. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a meeting with a group of Buena Vista residents and also a meeting with the Housing Authority. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I was present in both of those meetings that Councilmember Koo just outlined.
Councilman Vinker?
I've had correspondence with Buena Vista residents and a meeting with members of the Housing Authority.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haim?
I have had written correspondence and in-person meetings with residents, and I have had written correspondence and Zoom meetings with the Housing Authority.
Councilmember?
Yes, and I have participated in the meetings with Councilmember Koo and Vice Mayor Lowing with both the Buena Vista residents and the Housing Authority, and all the information that was shared with us appears to be in the public record.
I've met with Buena Vista residents, and best of my recollection, I do not believe I've had a chance to meet with the Housing Authority. All right, great. Then I will turn it over to staff for your presentation.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I would like to ask Claire Raybould, who is on Zoom this evening, to give the staff presentation. Ms. Raybould?
Thank you. Thank you, council members. Apologize, I can't be there in person tonight. But the project before you tonight is Buena Vista Mobile Home Park redevelopment at 3980 El Camino Real. And a brief overview of the key components of the project. There are amendments to the existing regulatory agreement. There's also the Streamlined Housing Development Review application, which is also a density bonus project. It's on a 1.69 acre parcel. And I did want to note that it is subject to SB 330 streamlining. So we have had a number of hearings on this project, and this is the last and final hearing for the entitlement components. That includes the vesting tentative map and the Streamlined Housing Development Review application. We will be looking for a decision on that tonight, as it is subject to that 5 hearing streamlining process. And then the 44 mobile homes would be processed through the state through the Housing and Community Development Department. Key council requests from the June hearing, just quickly summarizing, you had asked us to explore preserving more trees on Los Robles, explore surface treatment of pavement to reduce the heat island effect, whether larger trees or more trees can be planted on the mobile home portion of the site, revising the color of the apartments to align with the resident preference, pursuing a Palo Alto worker preference in the regulatory agreements, making reasonable efforts to resolve disputes related to housing decisions. And these were discussed in more detail in the staff report for the August 5th hearing. The item was pulled from consent on that August 5th hearing to be heard tonight. So all of the details are still included in that staff report. But it was pulled because of public comment. And so council received several comment letters primarily related to the relocation plan and focusing on things like unit size and number of bedrooms, the appraisal value, ownership versus rental options, and construction phasing. And I think the Housing Authority is here tonight to speak a little bit more to what they're doing to address those items. I did want to also note that there are some minor items in the record of land use action that we are intending to fix prior to signing the record of land use action if approved. And these include reference to a tree canopy replacement number was incorrect, so it's updated to reflect the correct number of 44 trees being removed in COA 17. There's a reference to private garages that's being removed. There's a reference to a 10-foot tree clearance from utilities. There were a couple locations where trees were closer to 10 feet from the utilities. We worked out how we could keep the trees by adding root barriers to allow a closer proximity. There was a correction to the reference of the final revised plans that were referenced. And then removing reference to CCNRs, which don't apply to mobile home, this particular mobile home project, since we'll have an operator instead of the mobile homes owning the common areas. Other minor revisions I do want to note, there was a reference to a species of tree on the HCD portion of the site. Because the entitlements, particularly the Streamlined Housing Development Review application, only relate to the apartment portion of the project site, this reference should be removed. And then there's also references to deconstruction and source separation that are standard requirements for the city under our code. But I do want to note that the Housing Authority indicated that they may choose to demolish the mobile homes under HCD, which would allow them to do demolition without source separation and deconstruction in the same manner that's required under our code. So I do want to make council aware of that. If council has any concerns about these final items, they would need to be incorporated in some way into the regulatory agreement if you wanted to add those requirements. And with that, staff recommends that council consider the project exempt from CEQA in accordance with CEQA guidelines section 15.332 infill development. Approve the Streamlined Housing Development Review application to develop a 61-unit apartment building pursuant to the findings and subject to conditions of approval set forth in attachment B and with the identified revisions to the COAs as indicated in the last slide. Approve the associated vesting tentative map application pursuant to findings and subject to conditions of approval set forth in attachment B, and authorize the city manager to execute the amended regulatory agreements and related documents in attachment D. And with that, I will turn it back to you. And I know Melissa McDonough is also in the, at the staff table to help answer questions related to the project as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is that it from staff for now? Okay, wonderful. Let's first do just one round of technical questions from council, and then we'll turn it over to public comment. But please keep it to questions and withhold commentary till after. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So we understand that, that the Housing Authority has a critical deadline for applying for their tax
credit.
tax credits, excuse me. My question is, does that deadline also apply tonight for approval of the regulatory agreement, or could that be held off on approval while the Housing Authority continues to work through some of the final opportunities to try to accommodate issues by residents?
So I'll go ahead and jump in there and welcome others to weigh in. We don't get involved too much in the day-to-day of financing, so we would really want to engage, and we have the Housing Authority for guidance on that. We've been told that the two can be separated for the purpose of this discussion. But if the Housing Authority feels has a different perspective on that, we'd want to hear about that from them this evening.
Great, thank you. And then a second question on the deconstruction of the old coaches. Did I understand that it's when they said HCD somehow would preempt that? Is that SB 330 supersedes our authority to have deconstruction requirements? Is that the case, or is it something else?
No, it wouldn't be under SB 330. As a mobile home site, kind of the same way as the 44 mobile homes on the mobile home portion of the proposed site to be redeveloped would be processed under HCD. It would be the same as if they were demolishing under HCD for the entire site. They're just not subject to all of the city regulations. So they would be subject to any state laws that the HCD would have related to that, but not all of the same laws that, as you know, City of Palo Alto has higher standards for things like deconstruction and source separation.
So when you say they wouldn't be subject to all of the local, are they not subject to any of them, or are there certain ones that they are subject to and others not? And where does the deconstruction fall in this?
My understanding is the requirements under 64 through 66 in that COAs 64 through 66 in that record of land use action, they would not be subject to.
Right.
And that includes demolition.
Yes. And generally, the city does not have jurisdiction over the mobile home park, and that's why we're calling that one out.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. It's hard not to comment, but I will just stick with questions as instructed here. First, I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Burt's question about the regulatory agreement. I believe we have an HA person here. I'm wondering if through the mayor, if they're willing, that they could answer the question about whether the regulatory agreement needs to be decided tonight, because I have an impression and I want to confirm it. So thank you.
Preston Prince, Executive Director, Santa Clara County Housing Authority. As I understand the question, our application for tax credits and tax exempt financing is due August 27th. So that's the deadline we have. While we would like to see everything approved tonight, the regulatory agreement does not preclude us from submitting for the tax credits.
Okay, thank you. And you may want to stay there if the mayor allows, because of my next couple of questions. So we're being asked to subdivide this parcel and then approve the project on one of the resulting parcels to go build the apartment building. The other will remain where the coaches are. And as I understand it, for now, we've got the funding secured for the part with the coaches, the mobile home park. Is that correct?
That is correct at this time.
Okay. And then for the apartment building project, that's what the application for this tax credit funding is for, correct?
That is correct.
And then in June, there was an application for community enhancement funds. Is that from whom? Whose funds are those?
Hi, all. Flaherty Ward with the Housing Authority. We applied for some federal funds called PRICE funds. If awarded, those would take out some of the Housing Authority funds that we've already committed. So we have committed the gap financing needed, the $60 million. If we were successful with our PRICE application, it would reduce our commitment to the project.
I see. And is that not, here's where I'm getting at, and maybe let's ask the ultimate question. You can backfill because you understand this better than I do. With respect to that funding and the tax credits, we don't know now whether either is going to come through. And I'm wondering if you can handicap it and tell us what happens if either or both do not.
Yeah, so the PRICE funds, we don't know. We anticipate they'll be highly subscribed. It's a nationwide source of funds available, and there's probably demand that exceeds the available resources. Tax credits and tax exempt bonds, we are more confident about. We believe the Housing Authority has a history of competing very well for those sources, and we do believe that we will be first in our region and get the funds if we apply this round.
So see if I'm getting it. Is this an accurate recap that we feel relatively confident about the tax credit? And on the other one, if that does not come through, the Housing Authority can provide the gap funding?
And we already have.
Okay, very good.
Because we have to show the tax credit committee we go to them last, so we have to show a balanced budget. That was why we have a large commitment out right now.
I see. Thank you very much. In my last minute 42 here, just a more narrow question, because I think our staff probably can answer. I don't know to whom to direct this, but there were several directions from council last time, and a lot of things were responded to. One of them was about the heat island effect at the park, and we talked about could the pavement be treated to reduce the heat island effect, and it turns out it's very expensive and difficult to do right now, and the ground will be more permeable, so perhaps there's less need, blah, blah, blah. My question is, if we find out at a later date that it's still a great need and there is funding, just technically, can it be treated at a later date, the pavement, to reduce the heat island problem? Do we know? Because we'd asked about it and we're told in our staff report that it can't be done. So I'm just wondering if it could be done at a later, it can't be done because of dollars, I think is the main thing.
Well, so I think, and Mr. Raybould, feel free to chime in. I think what I understand to be the situation is that we don't have, at present, given the funding situation as it is now, there's not an opportunity to do that. Should the, I can't speak for the Housing Authority because they're the ones who get that delta from the gap funding piece. So
yeah, I wasn't asking, I was unclear, and I apologize because I've been speaking quickly despite the city manager's, invitation to speak more slowly for the translation. My question is not so much can we pay for it in the future, but could we physically do it? Like if we build it now without the treatment, is that something that physically could be added later if the funds and the need were identified?
So I suppose as a part of the regulatory agreement that if funding became available and there was an agreement as to when that might get executed and how that would be paid for, I can imagine a scenario that could be incorporated into the regulatory agreement. It is not presently. But I would not have that be part of the entitlement application. That's also before you this evening. Okay.
Thank you. And my time is up.
Councilman Ku.
Thank you. I have a question about trees. I appreciate the explanation of the tree removals and the number that will be replaced. So it says that there's 122 trees are required to be replaced. The plan shows 130 trees are planned. in the record of land use action final for staff, it also has item number 67, which talks about no net loss of canopy. But we also know as a plan is put together and implemented, there are also going to be times when not all the trees are actually being planted. So even in number 67, it says that if unable to plant the required number of trees on site, there's the option of paying in lieu fees of $650 per 24-inch box tree in the forestry fund. Then exactly how many trees are we going to end up getting? You know, I mean, that's part of reducing the heat island effect. So I think if the wording is so loose in this final land use, record of land use action, then there should be some language perhaps in the regulatory area of ensuring that we get a certain percentage of the 130 trees instead of leaving it broad.
Yeah.
I mean, I have concerns of these trees not going in.
Would you like me to respond to that?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay. I think that that's fine. It's just a standard condition because we do allow for in lieu replacement to have that flexibility in there. Just in case things happen during construction. There are some times during construction that some trees need to be removed. Right now they are, as you noted, adding 130 trees where 122 trees are required. So they are exceeding the requirement right now. I think if you guys wanted to, we could add something to the regulatory agreement to require or into the record of land use action to require a certain percentage be planted on site or make sure that a certain number be planted on site.
I might just note that, as Mr. Rabel noted, this is a condition that is intended to ensure compliance with the municipal code. And Mr. Gollinger is also online and can give us a sense for his perspective of the site plan. But I want to reiterate that this is a conceptual plan set at this stage of development. And the reason the condition is written the way it is to provide that flexibility, which is to, again, just to comply with code. I would want to check in with the city attorney's office on imposing a greater requirement on tree canopy than is set forth in our municipal code for the Housing Accountability Act project, in terms of the project meeting the objective standards that the city has. But I will note, as Ms. Rabel did, as a three-party agreement, if the three entities involved in the regulatory agreement come up with an alternative, then there is that path as well.
I do see that, you know, this map is necessary in order to move forward for the funding that we're going to require. However, it's also still very important to ensure that the tree canopy is implemented, as in the previous council meetings we have indicated was of high importance. So I am not asking for more than 130 trees. I just want to be assured that that most of it is planted versus getting an in lieu fee. And I want to know, how are we going to go about doing that?
Well, if I might, at the risk of stepping in here, and either Director Late or others can correct if I get anything wrong, but effectively the requirement is not set up as to provide an option. It is simply to provide a practical backstop should there be some physical reason, as an example, that a tree cannot be placed as indicated in the plan. So I would suggest that I think there may have been some impression that it's a loose requirement, and I again would reassure you, council member, that it's not set up in any way that really is loose. It, again, is simply a practical backstop to address any unusual circumstances that are encountered when being implemented.
In that, well, then I will save my comments for later because I was going to make a suggestion, but I'll hold off. It still doesn't answer my question of how I don't feel reassured. So that's bottom line. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may have permission through you to ask a question of a representative of the Housing Authority?
Yep, it's fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prince and Ms. Ward. I'm not sure who's best suited to answer this question. If you could, for everyone's benefit, give us the numbers of total families that you have been working with from the start. How many families of that total have made their decisions as to whether to own a coach, move to the apartment and rent, or leave the park? And then we can all do the math, but let us know how many families does that leave who are still undecided? I'm alluding here to the slide that says in one of our key questions from June was make reasonable efforts to resolve disputes related to housing decisions. So I'd like to have some clear numbers on how many disputes remain.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. There, as of January of last year, there were 73 households out at the park. Of those, 50 affirmed a housing decision, which leaves 23 undeclared.
And can you characterize of those 23, the extent to which there are disputes associated with those 23, or are there other reasons why you believe those 23 have not yet made a decision?
Yeah, there's a variety of reasons why people haven't made a decision. I do think about half of them are related to disputes, either over unit size or the value of their current coach as done by a third-party appraisal. I think there are some people who desire additional information before they make a choice. And then there are just some households out at Buena Vista that have been difficult to engage. A handful just traditionally, don't engage with us, and it's been a little bit hard to reach out and contact them on a regular basis.
Okay, I think that's wading into subjective territory, so it's not a technical question. I'm not going to pursue that further. I would ask another technical question, which is, since we articulated this hope in June that more reasonable efforts to resolve disputes would be undertaken, and here we are a few months later, of the numbers, 73 originally, 55 have affirmed, 23 have not. So 50 affirmed, made their choice. Where were we in June?
We were at 24. So we had one
24 had
addition-
affirmed in June.
No. We were at 49. So we've had one choice
We've had
come
one
in.
choice happen in the month since.
Yes.
Okay, that's it for me. I'm sorry, that is not it for me. I have one other set of, I'm sorry, where am I? I'm not sure if this is a direct question for the Housing Authority or our staff. The bullet above the one I've been referencing, pursue a Palo Alto worker preference. Have we made any progress on that since June?
Yeah, why don't you?
Good evening, Councilmember Nathan House, Senior Strategic Advisor at the Housing Authority. Yes, so at Council's direction, we have started to explore implementation of a live work preference for the city of Palo Alto. I can go deeper if there are follow-up questions, but.
How about you say about a minute's worth more?
Sure. Thank you. So federal regulation does allow a housing authority to do what's known as a live, work, or residency preference, as long as it conforms to anti-discrimination law and rules. So that as long as is what we've been digging into. There's a process for housing authorities to look at whether anti-discrimination law is being adhered to. As a housing authority, we are required by HUD to affirmatively further fair housing. And so in discussions with HUD and through sessions with them in the past, a disparate impact analysis is an accepted practice to move forward to see if there is discrimination that is possible, what is known as a disparate impact, as well as is it justifiable, or are there alternatives to move something forward?
Thank you very much.
then I just have a couple questions, but one for the Housing Authority, so I won't have you all sit down just yet, just to clarify the questioning that Councilmember Lithcott-Hames was asking. So I understand, so 23 undeclared households, you said 50 have affirmed their decision, meaning they've affirmed their decision of whether to stay or leave?
Yes, whether they want to remain an owner, whether they want to stay a renter or convert to a renter, or whether they would like to leave the park.
Okay, so can you break it down then? How many have decided to just leave the park completely?
I think it's around 8.
Okay. So about 42 affirming that they want to stay in the park in some capacity.
Mm-hmm.
So there will be 105 units in the proposed project between apartments and the other units. So I guess, and then 42 households that have decided to stay in the park, and then the 23 undeclared. See, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess so could you help clarify? So the staff report states the number of extra adults in each household exceeds the number of apartments that are going to be available. And so households are going to need to apply for new apartments. Can you break down then how we get to kind of that conclusion with 105 units and 42 families deciding to stay in the park, how that breaks down?
Well, we count that the 23 people who have not made a decision, we're counting that they're going to stay at the park. So they have a home as of today. We're not making an assumption that owners are going to leave or that renters are going to leave. So we count the full, I think it's 65 households at this point that are going to stay at the park. And that's the data we look at. We look at the size of those households and how many people are over the age of 18. Additionally, I think Nathan was kind of speaking to it, which was this idea of a local preference. We can do a preference on units down to a municipal size, but we can't do a preference down to a smaller size. So doing something that's specific for BV residents is, we don't believe, allowable per HUD regulations. So there's like two things going on there with making units available for larger families.
Oh, okay. And has that citation to the HUD authority that you believe precludes that policy? I mean, has that been shared with City Attorney's Office? And is there an agreement with our staff and the Housing Authority that is the case?
I don't believe so, but we can certainly do that.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be helpful because I was struggling trying to understand kind of this so households would need to apply for a new apartment, and that would require participating in a lottery with other future renters who might not currently live in the park.
Correct.
And you're saying we would not be able to kind of bifurcate that and have, let's say, a waiting list for current residents, and once that's exhausted, then move to other Palo Altans, but who do not currently live there. You don't believe that's possible?
No, I don't believe we can have a preference that's smaller than a municipality.
Okay. So, okay.
And maybe we could pull up that reg and send it over.
Yeah, if you could share that with the council and the city attorney's office, because I'd like to see a second opinion on that. Fortunately, thanks to Councilmember Vicker's question, moving forward, it seems like we'll be able to get to that regulatory agreement later. Okay. And then another minute. Just one other kind of question you kind of mentioned. I guess when we're looking at the family size, et cetera, a resident at Buena Vista told me that the Housing Authority doesn't consider like current college students who are living in a resident to be considered a part of that residence.
No, that's not the case.
Okay.
I think there's a little bit of miscommunication happening. If the college student isn't currently living at home, if they're not part of the household, then they're not counted towards they're not put on the lease and counted towards the occupancy policy. But I think that particular issue with that household, we have come to an agreement on and made the appropriate changes to the leases.
Okay, that's good to hear. Okay. Great, thank you. And so just to clarify, so you're saying if you're a college student and you're going to school at Harvard, and living in Harvard, you're not going to be considered. But if you're going to San Jose State or Foothill
living at
and you're
home,
living
yes.
at home, then you're considered a
Yes.
resident there. Great. Thank you.
As long as you're living in the unit.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm out of time. So that is our round of technical questions. And
So Mayor, just to remind you, so we do have a presentation from the Housing Authority, and then we can go to the public comments after that.
great. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, then let's do the presentation from the Housing Authority. Then after that, we'll go to public comment.
Again, good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, residents of Buena Vista. My name is Preston Prince, and I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. I really do want to express my excitement for being here tonight. When we purchased the park back in 2017 with the support from the city and county, we really had a monumental task in front of us. We needed to stabilize the park, address immediate health and safety needs, repair aging infrastructure, and most importantly, to get to know the residents of Buena Vista. So the residents are at the heart of everything that we do at the Housing Authority. Buena Vista is no different. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. That's where we go. So once the park was stabilized, we turned our attention towards its redevelopment. It was important to us that the redevelopment plan reflect the needs and desires of its residents. The first step was defining our project goals and guiding principles, which are shown on this slide: housing for all current families, housing that remains affordable, a redevelopment plan that preserves home ownership, and finally, a plan that improves amenities and utilities. Through intense resident engagement and outreach, what we have in front of council tonight is a plan that meets those project goals and principles, a plan that provides each family with housing options and the opportunity to stay in Palo Alto in a brand new home or an apartment at no cost to them. To date, we have met with every single household at the park multiple times. We've hosted large town halls, small group meetings, and workshops on a variety of topics. We've released FAQs throughout the redevelopment planning process. We bought and brought a spec home on site to residents so that they could see a sample unit. We arranged a tour of larger units off site. We've held open office hours out at the site and obtained additional support for the residents throughout. We obtained additional support for the residents through Project Sentinel. And while housing decisions continue to trickle in, and we have a handful of households still sorting through their housing offers and not quite ready to sign, most residents out at the park are ready to move forward. Next slide. This schedule shows some of the efforts we've made over the last couple of months, including applying for additional funding, presenting to City Council, completing and delivering new appraisals, and our board approving an additional $30 million of funding, bringing our total commitment to $60 million. We've now turned our attention to tax credits and tax-exempt bond financing. The applications, again, are due August 27th. If we are granted the necessary approvals tonight, those applications will represent approximately $58 million in additional funding to start the project. If awarded low-income housing tax credits, resident relocation would start later this year and in early 2025. Construction would start in late spring and early summer. The mobile home park would be completed in the first quarter of 2026, and the apartments would be completed in the first quarter of 2027. Upon completion, all residents who elect to return will be welcomed back to their new affordable homes. Next slide. In conclusion, we want to thank city staff and city council for your support. From planning staff to those in the city manager and clerk's offices, staff have been very supportive and helpful throughout this process. And to you, city council, we want to say thank you for having high expectations and continuously holding our feet to the fire. It's through partnerships like this one at Buena Vista where we're able to leverage our collective experience and resources where we can have the most impact. I also like to thank the residents of Buena Vista. They have fought to save the park for much longer than we've been involved. It's not rare to run into someone who has lived at the park for 25 years. They have all built a community together, one worth saving, preserving, and reinvesting in. They are the reason why we are here tonight. And on behalf of the Housing Authority, we thank you, the residents, for participating in this process. And we look forward to welcoming you back to your new homes very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With no further presentations, was there any follow-up from staff? No? Okay. Then let's move to public comment on this item. And how many speakers do we have?
We have a total of 33 requests to speak, and that does include 2 groups of 6.
Okay. Since we have that many speakers, we'll have to do 1 minute per speaker, 5 minutes for the group. And then we'll see how the kind of translating speed works. And if we need to give time and a half for the translation, we'll do that.
Our first speaker is Ellen G.
Hi, my name is Ellen Gold. I'm a 29-year owner at the park. My impressions of the Housing Authority is that they have intimidated many of the residents. We are the poors in their view, and due to our circumstances and perceived lack of education, they can do whatever they want and they don't need to communicate with us. They will choose, thank you. They will choose how and where we live. They are choosing substandard RVs instead of manufactured homes. They're choosing to force Phase 3 residents to move twice within only 6 months. At least 3 other Phase 3 residents are over 75, as am I. Forcing 2 moves is catastrophic to our lives. They have demonstrated no recognition of this and happen to have single-minded goal of completing the project with no concern of impacts on residents. They assign dealing directly with residents to
Your
a
time is
middleman.
up. Our next speaker is Amanda S.
Yes. Buenas noches, miembros del Consejo. Quiero agradecer por todo el apoyo que nos han dado, pero también esta noche estoy por algo muy especial y es para pedirles, por favor, que aprueben la construcción de Buena Vista, ya que, como ustedes pueden ver, soy una persona deshabilitada y con muchos problemas médicos. En Buena Vista hay muchísimas casas que, si ustedes pueden ver, ya están muy deterioradas. Hay problemas con la electricidad, problemas con el agua potable, problemas con la tubería de aguas negras. El agua a veces sale sucia. En un mes han habido 3 incidentes con la electricidad, empezando un incendio la vez pasada, unas llamaradas en una de las calles. Por problemas de la electricidad. Yo pienso que Buena Vista necesita ser renovado, renovarse. Por favor, gracias. Okay.
Our next speaker is Renee E.
I'll be reading his letter. Yes. I am Rene Escalante and I live in Unit 21. I have been at Buena Vista for 27 years. I am here because the appraisal of my unit was a joke. It didn't even reach 170,000, which I find insulting. The whole process seems manipulated. I have obtained at least 3 appraisals of my home in the last 5 years, and all of them valued my house much higher than the housing authority's appraisal. I feel they have something against my family for questioning their unfair terms and false promises. I want to leave you with some pictures, but I don't know if they're going to be able to put them of my home to evidence of the condition of my house. I have done a great job maintaining my house because it is mine and I care about it. My home is easily comparable to many of the units in Shoreline Park in Mountain View, and none of them are valued at less than 300,000. At least not those of similar size and condition. Additional, I want to talk about an accident I had on June 24. The fall I suffered could have been minor, but a poorly installed gas pipe made it worse. I would have landed on my feet, but the pipe.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Erica E.
Good evening. My name is Erica Escalante. I'm a resident of Buena Vista. I have been a strong supporter of Housing Authority from day one. I was excited and hopeful when they acquired Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, believing they would bring positive change to our community. However, things have not improved. Since the Housing Authority took over the park, there has been a noticeable shift in the treatment of residents. Unfair practices and minimal compensation for our homes have become the norm. My brother was one of the many who were pushed out due to mistreatment and harassment. Their goal has clearly been to displace people, and they have been very successful at it. About half of the residents have already left, and you can see there's not that many here today. The Housing Authority has a brilliant and strategic team that knows exactly what to say to the city and the public to gain support. I was once fighting and cheering for them, just as many residents still do. They employ effective PR tactics, strategies like the family party they hosted last Tuesday, where they provided pre-written letters of support for residents to sign to present to you today. We need real support, not superficial pizza parties that serves their PR interests. The Housing Authority aims to be seen as providing more affordable housing in Palo Alto, but this comes at the expense of displacing existing residents. How can we stand up for ourselves when we are at such a significant disadvantage? Many of us have limited education, few resources, and no strategic team working on our behalf funded by government money. We understand how people in our they understand how people in our income level think, act, and undervalue themselves, and they are preying on us. Additionally, we have always expressed our concerns about the lack of communication from the Housing Authority. Yet this week, they somehow found the time to reach out to many residents to try to mitigate issues. Ironically, right after the Buena Vista item was pulled from the city's agenda last week. We need fair compensation that reflects the true value of our homes and enables us to secure comparable housing. I urge the City Council to see through these tactics and recognize the genuine needs of the residents. Please ensure that we receive the fair compensation and treatment we deserve. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Myra E.
Good evening. My name is Myra Escalante, and I'm a longtime resident of Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. Recently, Preston P., the Executive Director of Housing Authority, claimed that the minority of concerns are holding back the redevelopment project. I want to be clear, these concerns do not come from the minority. They reflect the majority of us who live here. However, you won't hear from many of us tonight because residents are afraid to speak up. The Housing Authority has a history of retaliating against those who stand up for themselves. Over time, they picked us up one by one, reducing numbers as they push many families out. While some residents, specifically those in the apartment units, may see this redevelopment as a positive change, those of us who own mobile homes have faced a different reality. We've been mistreated, pressured to leave because Housing Authority doesn't want us to continue having owner rights. Some of what we're requesting isn't even unreasonable. We want our own appraisals to be acknowledged and accepted, as they are done by professionals and reflect the true market value. Why put us through more hoops and headaches? There's no need for an unjust appeal process. They've already put us through a lot of stress and anxiety. There is a deep mistrust within our community because many residents who sign agreements were initially promised one thing only to have the terms changed at signing. Also, they appraised our homes below their true market value, often subtracting 40,000 to 50, and then presented the difference as relocation benefit. But that's not a benefit. It's just our own homes value repackaged. The Housing Authority has been exploiting and using us to secure more funding for their project, but they don't truly care about our needs or our families. I urge the City Council to look beyond the PR tactics and address the real issue at hand. We deserve to be treated with fairness and respect, not as obstacles to a project. We must stand united as a community and demand equitable solution we deserve. Finally, we appreciate the support from the City Council and the Law Foundation who have been looking out for us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex S.
Good evening. In my family, we are 7 people. My father is 75 years, is a handicap. In one room, my wife, me and my son, 12 years in the second room. My daughter, who has a MS progressive disease with her 2 girls, 12 and 3 years old, in the third room. The reason why I haven't signed it yet is because Housing Authority offered me only 2 bedrooms for my family. Please, Housing Authority, I really need 3 bedrooms. I have a handicap people. I'm not asking for something impossible. I just want a decent home to live in. Housing Authority tell me it's not a space in the park, but many families have already left the park. So there will be empty apartments and empty mobile homes. There will be plenty of room in the park to build a bedroom for my family. Please, Housing Authority. I just want to live like the people. I'm agree that a new park should be built. I'm agree. But I don't agree that Housing Authority want me to sleep in the bed with my wife, my daughter, my son, my granddaughter.
Your
That is
time
not
is
correct.
up.
Housing Authority, if you have family, can you live like that? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susie.
My parents are strong, but even they are breaking under pressure. Stress is overwhelming.
Our next speaker is Abdiel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Abdiel. I've been living in Buena Vista since I was born. My family and I have been in a lot of stress and anxiety. I have a brother who has health conditions and the situation is affecting him. I believe for our age, we are supposed to focus on our studies and be happy kids. My family is asking for something fair. Please respect our square footage that we currently have. If we move to a smaller house, this is going to affect more of my brother's health. Please give us what is fair. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alvaro H.
Good evening. My name is Alvaro Hernandez, and I am a 24-year-old resident at Buena Vista Mobile Home. I have been a resident here for the past 14 years. I am currently enrolled full-time at Foothill College, as well as working full-time at a senior home. I want to start off by thanking you all for letting me come up here and speak on behalf of my parents and our community and for allowing our voices to be heard. I want to start off with some concerns of ours. Although we have received an appraisal, we believe it's unfair. The current appraisal square footage was short when measuring our home for the current appraisal. This impacted the space and the price and space that we are being offered for not only our home and for our new home. Another concern that we have is we still don't have an update sale price for the new homes. The estimate price that was given to us was from back in June 2023. We also find this very unfair because they expect us to sign a contract by September 15th without knowing the full financial side of things, as well as not providing information about the relocation.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nomi.
Before I start, I was actually reading off 5 folks' testimonials, so it's not just myself. Are all 5 here? Yes. Sure.
Our next speaker is Jose R. Our next speaker is Esmeralda A.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, and everybody in this room. My name is Esmeralda. I'm speaking on behalf of my community. Residents are willing to work with Housing Authority. We are not against your project. Residents just want things to be fair and right. We have some residents who are already struggling with their health, as a cancer, strokes, dialysis, disabilities, residents who lost their ownership. I'm glad the Housing Authority reached out to help 2 families last week, mitigating their situation. But there are more families waiting for solution with their situation. We would like the same result with the other families. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jose T.
Hi, my name is Jose Toledo. I've been living in Buena Vista for almost 20 years. I was one of the first ones that moved from the Buena Vista. The owner sold to the Buena Vista. So before I moved, Housing Authority, they told me they're gonna give me my house. They're gonna give me a nice house. They're gonna help me with my parking. They say I'm gonna have a laundry in my house, air conditioner. And then when I moved, I didn't have nothing. And when I asked them, they told me, you're not gonna have a laundry, you're not gonna have this, you're not gonna have that. And on top of that, I moved to I ran a storage, and for like 6 months, they told me they're gonna pay me for the rent, and I still haven't get anything from them. So they just told me lies. And right now, I'm asking there to give me a paper that say they're gonna pay me for the rent or everything.
Our next speaker is Pepe T.
My emotions, my hopes. How you doing, everybody, tonight? So I know it's gonna be short, but thank you so much, Mrs. Flaherty, for replying to your email. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. So anyway, you can see right here my community right now. They got a lot of signs, and it's very simple that we don't have enough information from this what do you call it, a housing authority. And like she say, there is a lot of residents, half of it, they're very stressed, frustrations, kids, when they go to school. What happens, feel sad because I'm gonna move and stuff like that with the friends, right? So I'm gonna give up on her because I've been asking for a 3 bedrooms for my family. We're fine, my family. I can put my 2 kids in 1 bedroom and me and my wife in another one. So anyway, if you my community support me, I was gonna say, let's set them up all these things. No phone calls, no communication. I would say, if you my community stand up and support me, put the price for $500,000 and the community is a will to live in the park.
Your time is up.
That's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Avram F.
So that's for tonight, Auburn Finkelstein. I sent you all an article that was published by me, or published in the San Jose Mercury in 2015, with my huge support for the Buena Vista residents. I have one major concern. When my black son went over to Buena Vista some years ago to try to get information about getting into Buena Vista, they didn't want to give him that information. I don't see any Black residents at Buena Vista. I know that Black people have been pushed out of this community. I grew up here. I've been here the bulk of my 75 years. We all know about reparations. I've not been able to get you all to say the word reparations. It's really not controversial in the state of California anymore. I want to make certain that the Housing Authority also looks into anti-racist issues here. Are we going to let Black people into Buena Vista as well as brown people, or are we going to exclude Black people? I hope not.
Our next speaker is Herb B.
There are multiple funding rounds for tax credit money, so you should not be stampeded into making a decision based upon an arbitrary date for the next funding round. The Housing Authority received a lot of money from the city and the county on the representation to save a mobile home park, not to build a multiple family housing development. So what's going to happen if you have a part of this left as a mobile home park? Will it stay that way? Especially if you don't have the authority over it and they say the state does. One way to do that is to have a condition of the map where there's a substantial payment to each mobile home park unit if they come in at a later date and want to make that part of the development also a multifamily development. And that can only be removed from the map by the residents themselves. How about $1 million a unit? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz G.
Good evening. I just want to address that Palo Alto, the city, the planning department must deal with its own inadequacies of our own city's lack of providing housing for its resident poor and our workers. This is not the responsibility of the county housing authority using HUD monies and tax credits. This is not Alta or Mid-Penn Housing nonprofit, unless of course that is decided down the road. I do want to say that there should be some discussion and understanding and education between what a Section 8 housing voucher is and what a project-based housing voucher is. Overcrowding is a major concern, as is a lack of storage. I hope that these are addressed with this development coming down, and I'm overjoyed. Welcome, County of Santa Clara.
Our next speaker is Ditch T.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Dick Tron. I am a renter since 20 years. I am very happy at Buena Vista. I am treated very fairly. I am seeking your support work to get the project moving as soon as possible to avoid cost overrun in the years to come. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melody C.
Good evening. Over 20 years, I've been a resident of Buena Vista. I'm also was part of the original board that tried saving it back in 2010. Most of you know me. I'm in complete support of the project, 2 reasons. One, I'm going from an owner to a renter. The reason I'm going to a renter is as I age, it will help in my daily life. It's going to be a fully ADA accessible, I was surprised when I got that done. I also just retired from De Anza College after 30 years. I planned my retirement around the dates that they gave. Right now, I'm living on my PERS retirement, which is so far affordable. Please, please support and pass this. Think of
Your
it
time
this-
is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
This may not be necessary. Would Buena Vista residents stand up? I'm going to do it anyway. Would you stand up? Stand up, Buena Vista residents. Okay, thank you. Don't have much time. The regulatory agreement, a lot can go in there. I urge that anything that that seems not satisfactory or somewhat suspect, we looked at very, very carefully by the city attorney's office so we can get confirmation about reality. I'm very concerned about the Palo Alto preference. In terms of the demolition, I was really shocked by that. I don't remember if that's a matter of law, but as the Director Late often says, our regulatory agreement gives us some flexibility to go where normally one couldn't go. And that's incredibly important. The deadline to decide, I thought it was September 15th, but please confirm
Your time
that.
is up.
And what happens if an independent appraisal by a resident
Your time
conflicts
is up.
with HA? How is that figured out? Thank you. And I'm doing it. I'm also very concerned. I've heard some of this for
Our next speaker is Consuelo H.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Consuelo Hernandez, Deputy County Executive for the County of Santa Clara. I wanted to take a minute to thank you for your partnership. This will be our 3rd development together next to 525 Charleston, 231 Grant Avenue, and now the redevelopment of this property. I also want to take a minute to thank the Housing Authority staff for all of their hard work. As county staff, we have seen the Housing Authority step up, connect with the residents a lot more, make sure that people are understanding their options. If people still feel that they need more information, I have assurances from the executive director and the staff that they are available to continue those discussions. The board will consider a recommendation from our staff in September to move the project forward. And I am available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you again for your continued partnership.
Our next speaker is Naomi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking on behalf of 5 of the residents, and then towards the end, I hope to have some time to speak on behalf of Law Foundation. So the first one is unit number 52, Jose Ramirez. We are a family of 8 members. I got married and my wife has 5 kids. I wanted to put them in the lease contract, but Cassie, the manager, didn't want me to add my wife and her kids. 3 years ago, Cassie was the manager of the park. She sent me eviction papers and took pictures of my mobile home. I was receiving receiving also lawyer papers that I had to move out from the park. When Cassie left, Melanie, the new manager, was sending me papers too. I am legally married. I can't tell my wife and their kids to move out. All this time we have been in a lot of stress and anxiety. Even I have difficulty sleeping due to my situation. I never been treated this way. I'm begging for help to keep my family together and save my home. I have cancer. I'm on treatment. I have the situation worse, my health. Thank you. Next is unit number 19, Ernesto Salcedo. We have been living at the park for 30 years. At this moment, I'm the only one working to support myself and my wife, who has suffered an injury from work a few years ago and thus is unable to work. Since I am close to retirement and work in Palo Alto, I have been able to continue being the only source of income. When we initially heard about the decision to close the trailer park and evict residents, we began to worry about our future as aging adults. I have suffered about 4 strokes due to health issues and stress since the beginning of this eviction. As a consequence, I am visually impaired and I have a hard time driving. So I instead bike to work. We have attempted to complain with Housing Authority and with the appraisals, but have only experienced disappointing and misleading direction with the timelines of eviction and the appropriate appraisal for the life-changing decisions being made by the Housing Authority in disappointment and hopelessness. We request fair communication and compensation for the effect this is having on our lives. Number 46, Nicolas Miramontes. My name is Nicolas and Maria Miramontes, and we have lived at Buena Vista for about 23 years at space number 46. We are 9 members in our family, including 7 children, 6 girls and 1 boy. We have been offered a 3-bedroom mobile home. We are requesting a 4-bedroom to accommodate for our children. We have been told that there is not enough space for a 4-bedroom mobile home. Previously, our family had qualified for a 3-bedroom because we supposedly are a family of 8. According to the office, in my contract, there are only 8 members, but we are 9 members because one of my daughters is at the university. Again, we were told that if we were 9 members in the family, we would qualify for a 4-bedroom. It is unfair to remove my older daughter from the contract since she is studying her master's at university in Los Angeles. She lives here and goes to school there. This is her home and she does not have another place to stay. We request your support to keeping our family together. My daughter is finishing her school year and is coming back home. Do not exclude her. Keep my daughter home. Space number 73, Linnea Barrera. My name is Linnea Barrera. As you know, I have been doing my best to become an owner or get fair payment. Despite all of my effort and dedication going through the appealing and hearing process, I was denied. I have no words to describe all the anxiety and stress I have been through. I wish that management team provided the correct information when I signed the contract. I wish Melanie never promised me to become an owner. I wouldn't have signed the contract. I wish I was given the same options to get paid for the land lease as the other neighbors did. Housing Authority, please take into consideration Buena Vista residents' needs. Space number 54, Michael Helmer. My partner and I have been duped. After a great deal of pressure from our previously contracted management team, we made a decision. We would rent as we saw our decision, there was no mention of, nothing to gain from us owning a unit. At the time of our decision, there was no mention of replacing rental units with apartments, none. Had we been aware of this situation, we would have suffered the irrationality of ownership. We have petitioned to amend our status, but to no avail. I assert that when the options concerning status was offered, it was implied that we would be renting a coach owned by whoever the heck is running this shell game. And on behalf of the Law Foundation, we have looked at some of the situations. We do understand that there are issues with the Relocation Assistance Act, in particular, the number of rooms that are being offered. One of the issues that we're constantly seeing is that living room spaces are not adequate for 2 people to be living in. The material that is being used for the mobile homes is also not adequate. And one of the pieces that we continue to struggle with is that there is no mention of how the kids will be kept in school through the relocation process. So we definitely ask for more clarification on how this impact will be on the kids and their schooling. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on action item AA1.
Wonderful. And thank you to everybody for coming out tonight and speaking. We'll turn now to council for more questions and discussion. Begin with Councilmember Koo.
I guess that was from earlier, but thank you. I will go ahead with mine.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Councilmember. Mayor, when we have I'm trying to remember sort of on the fly here, if there's a rebuttal opportunity for the applicant after the testimony. So I think we do allow the housing authority an opportunity to respond to comments that may have been heard this evening before we go back to council comments.
Okay. Do we have a typical time? Five minutes?
5 minutes.
Sorry? Five? Okay. The housing authority would like to speak.
We don't, I think generally we respect the messaging the residents have shared tonight. Some of this we're aware of, some of this we're hearing for the first time. I'm sure council will have a lot of questions. I think there might be certain things I'm able to speak about, certain things I'm not for either confidentiality reasons or without having access to additional data. But generally, we're here to answer any questions you guys might have.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. So with the disparate impact report, that's not done yet, right? It's not completed, or has it been started?
It's not been started, and the housing authority will take the expense of doing that as one of our costs.
Usually, how long does it take for it to be completed?
We've talked with a couple of other places that have done it. It's like 4 months or so to do the disparate impact analysis.
Thank you. Obviously, we also heard a lot about the relocation plan. I do not believe the final version is available, correct? And it's still waiting for Housing Authority Board's approval. Is that so?
No, it was approved by our board in June.
In June, okay.
Yes.
And and when was it dispersed to the residents in Buena Vista?
It's been made available. I would have to look and see when that went out.
Okay, obviously that's something, okay. I would love to know that, because then we'll know how much time they have in order to review and to consider. These are not taken lightly, obviously.
Yeah, it was made available for 30 days prior to our board approving it. So it was out most of May.
Okay. And, some of the residents were concerned about retaliation and so forth. Can you address some of that for us?
That's not part of the Housing Authority's practice. There has been some comments tonight about us forcing people out. We have not forced anybody out of the park. We're not interested in retaliating against residents. We understand that people face a lot of barriers and have a lot of concerns, and we do our best to operate the site and our redevelopment plan in a fair and equitable manner with the resources we have available to us.
Thank you. The appraisals, I wanted to get on that one there. I noticed that I believe some of the appraisals, the way that it was through the Housing Authority, the comparables that were used is not from the same city. Some were from Mountain View and then some are from Belmont. I realize there's not very many mobile homes for comparables, but if we're using Mountain View, which has somewhat a little bit more similarity to Palo Alto, and closer, why are not all the Mountain View properties used as comparables and some were used as from Belmont?
Our appraiser does an analysis of comps that are available in the market that are comparable to Buena Vista within the time frame that we ordered our appraisal. We do not get into the weeds as far as directing our appraiser to, what comps they should or shouldn't use. What we do is on this last round of appraisals, we did a We had another appraiser review them, a third party unrelated to the first appraisal, review all of the appraisals and qualify them. And then when they were sent to residents, residents were notified that they were allowed to get their own appraisals and we would reimburse them. So this theme around not feeling like the value of the current appraisal is correct. We welcome residents to get their own appraisals and we will reimburse them for them.
And so will they get a little bit more time since you have September, I believe September 15th is the deadline to review the appraisals as well as the offer.
Yeah.
And if that's the deadline, then
they'll need to do their appraisals soon. At this point, we can't push out the expected timeline for decisions to come in because we do need decisions so that we can move forward with the redevelopment of the park.
With the appraisals that the residents are going to go and perform, which you said you'd pay for, are there guidelines or criterias which you are providing to their appraiser so that there's apples to apples?
There are, the cover letter that was sent to resident includes those instructions. And if they have misplaced that, we can supply them with another one if they reach out to their BV advisors. But yes, there is instructions on how to do that.
Okay, because I am also interested to know Senior Mr. Escalante's concerns about his appraisal. How did it go down? But my time is up and I'll come back later.
Okay, and I don't believe no appraisals have gone down. I think it's that he feels like it's worth more and he is welcome to get his own appraisal.
Very good, thank you so much.
Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you, Mayor Stone. And I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. It's hard to do, takes a lot of bravery to stand up at that mic, and I commend you for doing that, as well as what you've done for years and years. I think it's fair to say most everyone in this room is frustrated. We're all eager to see a beautiful new park. Some of us think that we're just about there, and others of us think we have a lot of hurdles to leap. And so hopefully we can sort that out. I've been supporting this effort for many years, first from the Law Foundation and now from the city. And I'm excited to see a new, more beautiful and safer park, but we also want it to be fairly obtained. So we need to talk about that. With respect to subdividing it, I'm not hearing any opposition with respect to having an apartment building. That seems fine, but it's this regulatory agreement we've really got to get right. And it seems to me that, it's been affirmed early on by the Housing Authority that we could put that off. And I think we're going to have to, because there's a lot of stuff to sort out. So hopefully we can use our time together tonight to crystallize that and figure out just exactly what we have to do so we can move forward as quickly as possible. I'm proud of the city for all the work that we've done. I'm grateful to the county and Supervisor Simidian. I commend the Housing Authority for all the work you've done. We did put a bunch of suggestions and requirements in June, such as, and you've responded to many of them. I know you've saved a couple of trees. You've put the colors back that we wanted. We have coaches with green roofs to combat heat islands. That is all great. But we've really got to figure out this Palo Alto preference thing. And I really hope that we can come back with a clearer legal picture on that so that we can perhaps amend the regulatory agreement in ways that are going to get us where we need to get. But I want to get back to the point that my colleague, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, was exploring, and a few others, about the reasonable efforts to resolve disputes, because that's kind of where I think we have the most work to do. When the Housing Authority was here in June and there were 50, I guess there were 49 had decided, and now we have one more. We've heard from, I think it was Erica, that about half of the people have left the park, which in some ways makes the rest of the decisions a little easier, but is also a little concerning, because one of the things that I love about Buena Vista is the community that you have and how you enrich our community with your community. So I want to look at what
we were told in June and kind of what has happened and what we still need to do. So I believe we were told three things in June: that appraisals were coming, that there would be one-on-one meetings, and that third parties would be accessed as necessary in an effort to resolve disputes. And we knew it was coming back on August 5th. And we pulled it, and here we are a week later, and we're jammed against the calendar. I believe appraisals just arrived at the end of July. There may have or may not have been good reasons for that, but nonetheless, you guys just got those. That puts us all in a box. I believe one-on-one meetings were just scheduled this week, and that third-party Project Sentinel was just called in. So as a result, we've been hearing a lot of, stories about the impact of this. I think it was Alvaro who was speaking for his parents that still don't have a price for your new home. Have to decide by September 15th. And I thank Councilmember Koo for pressing on that date, because that was my question is, do we need to stick to the September 15th date? I heard the answer, yes, because we need to go forward with the development. But if it's okay with the mayor, I'd like to explore that a little. After all this time and all this effort, what happens if it's even extended to the end of September or mid-October? Would it be okay for the Housing Authority just to explain what the concerns would be if that were the case, or whether it's possible to do that?
I think a clear answer on this, unfortunately, council member, will require huddling with some attorneys so we can understand. There's a lot of competing things on our timeline to get construction started out at Buena Vista. And we have a really detailed critical path of things we need to hit so that we have the ability to start the park when we need to. So I don't want to stand up here today and say that we can push it 2 weeks when I'm not sure if we can, and I wouldn't feel comfortable making that statement without talking to, we have a team of attorneys who work with us on Buena Vista, without consulting with them. I can, it might be possible, but I would prefer to speak with them before affirming that with you all.
Okay, I understand that, but I think it's something where we may, absent being able to sort through some of these things and the various other issues that have been raised tonight, the relocation plans and the schools, et cetera, it may be something that we may need to understand. So I'd appreciate it if you would investigate that. I think I'm over my time, so I will stop for now. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, thanks. Just a couple of comments. First of all, I think that unfortunately, the word that Councilmember Vinker used is correct, which is that we're all a bit frustrated that we're not, further along at this point. And yet we have to get there. So at some point, we need some deadline, as in any, discussions, negotiations, contracts. We have to use, a deadline eventually to get there. Not necessarily tonight. You're asking all the right questions, but I just want for all of us to keep that in mind. There are legal services. We heard from one tonight, and there's also the Project Sentinel. And some of my concern is that maybe there hasn't been enough one-on-one contact with each resident and a legal advisor to just kind of sort through what's possible and what's not. So if there's a way that council can help facilitate that, perhaps through the city manager's office to be the point person on making sure that folks who are still, trying to sort of negotiate or understand the situation, if we have someone for you at no cost to help kind of go through that with you, so you have sort of a legal partner that knows the laws and the situation and so on. With respect to the appraisals, my understanding is that the appraisals have actually come in a little bit higher in some cases because the land use is now, sorry, not land use, a land value is now included, which would be good. But as was just pointed out, if you want another appraisal on your coach, the housing authority will pay for it. Again, there's limits to that. We can't get 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 because, you know, they're probably going to be pretty close anyway. So some of these concrete steps, I think, need to be taken over the next number of weeks to kind of get ultimately to a decision. And then the other thing I just want to point out, in fairness to everybody, is that, you know, a resident who's been in the community for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, by definition, circumstances have changed. So it is perhaps possible that 7 years ago, when the housing authority took over, you were targeting a 2-bedroom and now you need a 3 or a 4, and there just isn't a unit. I mean, there are only so many coaches that can be put there by definition, but both by acreage and by the just the financing for it. So some of these circumstances maybe in the end can't be accommodated immediately, and they're offering to have a wait list to go on. And so that kind of, I'll use the word compromise, might have to go forward here so we can get everybody accommodated. And then, of course, and I know this is potentially not a popular issue, but there are apartments where there are plenty of vacancies. So again, in terms of a short-term situation, that could be an interim move. All my comments here are just that we got to work at this. We got to sit down at the table on each of these situations and have, you know, a compromise approach to try to get to the finish line. Let's see, it was Melody that said she started working on saving Buena Vista in 2010. And, right? 12? I still didn't hear that. 12? Okay. And then eventually the city and the county and the residents got together and we got combined funding for it in 2017. And we're now in 2024 and we're all ecstatic to be sort of this close to breaking ground. So we're certainly not going to turn back on this. We're not going to turn back as a city or as a county. And so what that means is that we just have to get down to the nuts and bolts and get across the finish line. It's going to be phenomenal. I really like what Councilmember Vickers said about how your community, frankly, you know, inspires us as part of the total community. So I would just urge that sort of down in the weeds kind of with a helper as a way forward. And tonight, I think that we should address the needs of getting this thing funded and vote for approval of the overall project, because we're not going to back off, and not do the approval of the operating agreement until some of these other things can be worked out. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Burke.
Thank you. So I think a lot of our focus goes right to what the Housing Authority had identified as their #1 goal and our #1 goal, which is housing. I assume this means at Buena Vista for all current residents and families. So I think that's what we all share as the objective. I want to say that this is not an easy problem to solve. And I appreciate the frustration by any of the residents whose needs are not yet met. But I do want to say that I know that our staff and the Housing Authority staff have actually been working hard to try to do that. I appreciate the frustrations, but I'm looking forward to us having an opportunity over the next month or more to solve the remaining issues, or as many as we can. And that's why we want to break apart the regulatory agreement from the other agreements that the Housing Authority needs tonight to move forward with their funding. And we can still have at least another month to work hard together on solving the remaining problems. So having said that, I have a question first on the appraisal. The Housing Authority has clarified, well, not only did the residents get updated appraisals recently, and for the most part, they were increases, which is a good thing. The Housing Authority has said that they will pay for an independent appraisal if residents don't agree with the number. Question for the Housing Authority. If the residents get a new appraisal and it comes in higher than the appraisal the authority has already commissioned, what then happens?
We would hope they would share that with us, and then we would negotiate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it'd be then a negotiation between the two appraisals?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And then, and thank you, Flaherty. I'll fire a few more questions at you. On the Project Sentinel, we heard tonight that Project Sentinel has been involved. When did they become involved and to what extent?
They were available last year for residents, and then we've kicked off another contract with them so that they're available to residents. Residents were noticed last week. And we're reaching out to Project Sentinel to talk about a few particular cases we would like their help with, and trying to get them more on site and engage with residents.
Has Project Sentinel in the last month or more help mediate any of the disputes?
No, not yet.
Okay. I think we need to all be clear on that because the implication earlier was that this was already happening.
Yeah.
And it sounds to me it's an intention, which I'm glad to hear, but that's different. They have not had that benefit yet. And here we are a week after the Housing Authority had asked us to approve all the agreements. Okay. So I want to really encourage that. As you've heard from a number of us, when we talked about priorities, this live-work preference for residents in Palo Alto, and ultimately, as the authority and all of us have said for a dozen years, the priority is for the residents of Buena Vista to be able to continue to reside in Buena Vista. It's number one. And so that preference is part of that. So I just want to emphasize how important solving that problem one way or another, whether it's through the preference or as you shared with us, there are, as you have these new appraisals, you're in a series of negotiations, and that some of the residents may yet opt for buyouts, which then opens up opportunities for you to be more flexible.
Correct.
Any progress on that, or is it still that you anticipate
No.
going through that in the coming weeks?
Yeah, the families have not, there currently is no availability in the mobile home park. We do anticipate that through this current process of housing offers and negotiations, there could be units that become available because families choose to leave. In preparing for that, we are working on a waitlist policy to prioritize for households who would like larger units, cases of, reasonable accommodations and whatnot, that we have a waitlist and a policy in place to handle those because, we anticipate that there could be additional requests beyond what we have available resources for.
Okay. I see my time up. I'll yet have, or if maybe colleagues will be able to cover the issues of the RV quality and where the kids will be able to attend school during relocation. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, like my colleagues, want to commend, really take my hat off to everybody that has worked so hard to protect and preserve the Buena Vista community over these many years. And a tremendous amount of work has gone into this, and we're now in these final moments, and each of us struggling, and so many people in the room struggling. I think what I'm struggling with is this concept of equity, or a similar word, fairness. I think we strive, all of us, we would say, I believe in equity, and I work hard to protect and preserve and achieve equity. And yet I have noticed in this meeting that despite our strongest efforts and best intentions, we have preferenced the English language over Spanish, and here's how. We've all been told we have access to an app that can translate for us, which is great. And if you were here for the instructions at the front end where you can borrow an iPad and you knew that, that's great. But if you walked in late, you didn't hear that. And if you're looking on the screen right now, the big screens, which is what gets recorded for the YouTube that people can watch later, the only language we translated for the public was Spanish. this big screen of ours, when one person in here spoke Spanish at that microphone, the rest of us who don't understand Spanish got to see it displayed on the big screens, preserved on the YouTube. But when all the English speakers were speaking, just though the technology was there, we did not flip it and put Spanish across the screen. This is an example of how we think we're working to achieve equity, but there's an embedded presumption that English is the norm. And therefore, if someone is speaking in Spanish, they need to be translated for the benefit of all English speakers to see. I'm not criticizing anyone in the room. I'm saying we always have to ask ourselves, is this the level of equity that we really want to hold ourselves to, or can we push ourselves to be better? I agree with my colleagues' concerns about priority number one, goal and priority number one, housing for all current residents and families. Who is the government? Who is any agency to say to a family, your older child, because they're at the university here and not here, doesn't count as a family member anymore for purposes of counting the size of your family and how many bedrooms and square footage you will get? Who is the government? Who are we to say that? I don't think we'd say it about abuelas and abuelos. I don't know why we're saying it about 22-year-olds or 25-year-olds getting a master's degree. A Buena Vista kid grew up and went to our high schools and college and is getting a master's degree, and yet is one too many and cannot return to this home. It doesn't feel like equity to me. I think collectively, somehow we can figure out how to solve that problem. I know everybody wants to. To Councilmember Burt's remaining questions, how will the kids be staying in the schools of Palo Alto? What are we doing to ensure that that's the case? And the question about the quality of the materials used in the RVs, we'd like that question addressed as well, please. May I ask a question of the Housing Authority?
We are in contact with the Palo Alto Unified School District. When we start our temporary relocation efforts, we will prioritize units, temporary units that are in Palo Alto for our families so that the children can stay within the city limits and make everybody's lives easier in regards to getting their kids to school. The school district has told us that if for some reason we are not able to house those families within the city of Palo Alto boundaries, and let's say they end up in Mountain View for their temporary housing, that the city of Palo Alto would work with the school districts in Mountain View to make sure the kids can stay at their local schools. And that's part of the relocation plan.
And how will those students reach the schools if they're outside the bounds of Palo Alto, don't have access to our buses?
Yeah, it depends on where they end up going, and we'll work with each family on that. So we can do a variety of things. Some people will like to take their kids to school themselves, and we can reimburse them for their gas. Like, it's an additional distance. A lot of the kids go to Barron Park Elementary, and if they're living in a different part of Palo Alto, that's a greater distance. We often will have parents take us up on that and receive mileage reimbursement. If not, we will work to get their kids to school through, private transportation means.
And to the quality of the RV materials.
Yeah, I'm always confused by this. We are not providing substandard materials. We have a spec coach on home or at the park. People are welcome to come and visit. We are purchasing and will be installing coaches of superior quality. We have gone and taken residents to other parks to see the make and model of the coaches we will be purchasing. We do not have concerns, or we are not putting forward coach options that are substandard. These are good quality homes.
Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
I think that's everyone for this round. I'll finish up for this round. Couple of follow-up questions, but one, just kind of want to follow up on Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' question there regarding transportation for students. I'll ask the Housing Authority again. Appreciate that private transportation would be provided for students. Just want to make sure what that kind of extends to. I mean, does that mean for students who are participating in after-school sports, activities, extracurriculars, homework hour, whatever it may be?
Yeah, so what will happen is when we start working with the families on where they will be off-site and we know where those apartments are, part of what we do is meet with each of the households, understand where their kids are going to school, what other extracurriculars they have, and then we will try to create a program and a plan to facilitate getting them to those things to create as little disruption as possible. And yeah, hopefully there are consistencies where we have multiple kids going to the same school or as part of the same program, but we really, it is, we are required to make sure they can still maintain the same kind of quality and expectations around their life, and we will facilitate getting them there.
Okay, appreciate that. Going back to kind of our previous exchange on just on how many families have affirmed, just trying to understand, so 65 households staying in the park, 105 future units. Can you break that down as far as when we're saying 65 households, how many residents that is, and 105 units?
You mean like how many people in each household?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to guess what I'm trying to better understand what is that kind of potential delta between how many people are staying, what's available, to then better understand kind of the implications of this kind of two separate wait lists and seeing like how competitive is that going to be for current residents to actually be able to stay once they're on that.
Okay, yeah, I don't have that data, but I can certainly pull it and share it with you.
Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate it if you could get that information. And then to staff, it's nice to hear that tonight we can approve staff recommendation in order to be able to secure that funding, but continue to work on the regulatory agreement. My big concern is what type of leverage then do we have moving forward if we do approve the staff recommendation tonight, and then have to work with the housing authority on that regulatory agreement. I mean, at that point, if we continue to see the same barriers and these same issues that we're trying to address tonight can't be resolved, is it too late? Can you kind of walk through that?
Well, the project that is before the council this evening is not consistent with the regulatory agreement that the city, the county, and the housing authority have entered into. So it does require an amendment. And so even if the council were to approve the entitlements for this project, to build the project still needs an amendment to the regulatory agreement. And so you still have that same leverage over the project until the regulatory agreement is approved.
Okay, great. So we approve the staff recommendation tonight, and then provide direction back to staff on that regulatory agreement. Housing authority will be able to secure those funds, but then if within the next month we're not able to resolve these issues with that regulatory agreement that is satisfactory, then it's
an amendment is required to the regulatory agreement to build the project that they want to build.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good to know. And I guess I share the frustration of everyone in the room, and I think all parties are frustrated, and I think reasonably so. I think my great frustration is the belief and trust that all families that wanted to stay would be able to continue to have a home in Palo Alto and within Buena Vista, and hearing that there is this kind of uncertainty within that within the HUD regulations that might not actually make that possible is really challenging. And I can't imagine accepting a plan that would break up families and some of the things that we've been hearing. I mean, I completely agree with Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. I mean, who's any government agency to say who's a part of a household? And I think in today's modern world, I mean, a college student is certainly not secure, is not housing secure in any by any stretch, especially here in Palo Alto. Thank God I had a home to return to when I got out of college, broke as can be. And, so if I wasn't in that, so I empathize with everyone in that situation. So that's an area where I really hope that the Housing Authority is able to share that, those regulations and that authority with city staff for us to really be able to understand that more and what the actual implications are going to be. Assuming we move forward tonight with the staff recommendation with a lot of changes to that regulatory agreement. Okay, sorry, I'm over time. Let's go around again and see. I think it would be helpful for us to be able to get a motion on the floor so we can start to work with that. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I just want to apologize to all the residents for speaking about your homes and its demolition as if you're not here. I know it's painful. Returning to appraisal. I want my time back too. According to the resident appraisals, there is a negotiation after the residents get their appraisal. Who is going to accompany the residents on their negotiations? Somebody? Who is going to accompany the residents on the negotiations after they have their own appraisals? Does the Law Foundation do that? May I have a Law Foundation representative?
Yeah, that's fine.
So just so you all know, we have been very limited on capacity to be able to really help all of these residents individually. It's been a very big lift. We've tried to do more of the general work for them and really just tried to help them advocate on their own. So being there for negotiations is going to be something very hard to do. I think we could give them some general advice on what they should do. But other than that, we wouldn't be able to be at every one of their negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you. So I see that as a problem. I do see that as a problem. That's something that we're going to have to discuss and find a resolution in terms of how we're going to do the negotiations, because it would not be fair. I do want to address appeals. As I understand, there's appeals that the process, I'd like the Flaherty, Ms. Ward, if you would come and give us the rundown of how appeals are done and how it could be done where it can be fairer.
Yeah, so our appeal process right now is currently 3 steps. The first 2 steps are really administrative and at the staff level. The third step includes a third party. The Housing Authority has appeal processes for our housing programs. So we use an appeal officer that the Housing Authority uses, for instance, an example in its Section 8 program. That appeal officer renders a decision. That decision is reviewed by one of our deputy executive directors for the sole purpose of ensuring Buena Vista is very complicated. And there's a lot of competing laws and regulations from Palo Alto Municipal Code to mobile home residency law to relocation law to Section 8 law to the federal funds we're using to the tax. There's so much layer to Buena Vista. We want to make sure that a decision is not impacting the program we have tried to create. Our board has asked that if our deputy executive director ever overturns a decision by a third party appeal officer, they want to hear about it and they want to understand why. We also have recently heard from the state. We send our relocation plans to the state to review as part of what's required by relocation law. And they have asked that we add essentially a 4th step to our appeal process where they get to hear the final appeal. So we will be adding that to our appeal process and updating it. And that should be going out in the coming weeks.
Obviously, you know that time is short if you cannot extend the September 15th. So a few a few weeks is going to take away from them on the
understood.
appeal, and they need that time. So please keep us abreast of that when the time comes, or when you've decided on the appeal process. And also one more thing is, my understanding was that an earlier resident in Buena Vista had a huge mistake done on their 1099, where they're now owing IRS a huge bill. I wonder, how is that going to be rectified?
Yeah,
And they need to be straightened out their records, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, if you, Councilmember, if you can give me that person's information, their name or their unit number, I will take care
I'll
of that.
send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Lastly, I have a few seconds left. There was a gentleman who talked about, he was one of the first ones who left the park and moved into something else, and he has not been reimbursed for his storage fees. I think these are items, while they're small, and for us, it might not be anything big, but for some of the residents over there, it is a lot of money. And I think that having it on paper, do you do it verbal or do you do it in writing when you give them an IOU?
I'm not aware of what that particular issue is, but when we embark on the temporary relocation for the redevelopment, each household will meet with their BV advisor and go over what they are entitled to and get clarity on what will be reimbursed and what won't be reimbursed, including things like storage.
And I think that it needs to be in writing, but then also hearing that there was a Cassie and then there was a Melody, and things change based on these people who were there, who said certain things. I think we do need to reestablish the trust and have someone who's consistent when they're giving out these kind of offers and terms. So as my colleagues had said, thank you. So as my colleagues have said, I am amenable to moving the record of land use action final, but I would also like to see that the trees are addressed in this, where there is supposed to be 130 planned, but I think if it's a minimum of if at least 120 is planted, then we can be at least reassured that there is some canopy in the park, and that they're not going to be 50% in lieu payments.
Yeah, Mayor, if I can speak to that item. So we have Peter Gollinger who can jump on the call, but we've been talking about this, and we really do not anticipate this to be an issue at all. As City Manager Shikata noted, it's only in the instance of something that is unforeseen that they wouldn't be able to plant the trees that are there. So we're confident that we'll be able to achieve the standard that is set forth in the condition, and certainly not fall below the the 120 some odd trees that are required. Mr. Gollinger, do you want to add any more context?
No, I believe that to be accurate. With the extra trees they have scheduled, any unforeseen circumstances would be minimal, I believe. As Ed mentioned, that's in there primarily as a backstop for any large unforeseen changes.
Thank you, Mr. Gollinger. So how does this get reported back to council? How does it come back? So should we approve the vesting map today? What is expected next steps without the regulatory agreement?
So on the screen, you have the staff recommendation. It's the first two items that I'm hearing from the city council that you're maybe working toward a motion on, and the third item would not be acted on at this time. It would be continued to a date uncertain. Item 3. Oh, are you asking, were there 4 items?
Back to page 29.
The last item was just consider the CEQA analysis when making your decision, so.
Okay, so that's embedded in the resolution. So the CEQA language, the fourth item was, which was actually the first item, consider the environmental analysis that was done. That you don't have to take an action. It's actually embedded into the record of land use action. That's why you see 3 on the screen, or now 2.
To be clear, Councilmember Ku, did you make a motion?
I didn't make a motion. I was just saying if we made the motion to put the trees in there, I'm sorry. But I can if you want, if you allow it.
You can, or I think Councilmember Byrd is prepared to make a motion.
Oh, okay, then Councilmember Byrd, go ahead.
All right, so you're done? Yeah. Okay, then we'll move to Councilmember Byrd.
Okay, so let's go ahead and have that on the screen because the staff report had laid it out as 4 recommendations, with the first being the CEQA exemption. So it will be these first 2 items, which cover the first 3 items in the staff report under recommendations. And then third, to direct staff to return not sooner than September 15th or subsequently if needed and allowed. With the following updates. Status report on the unresolved agreements between residents and the housing authority. An update on the status of the live-work preference. Clarification on the RV quality issues. Update on the plan for resident students to be able to attend their local schools during the relocation period. And a confirmation that the canopy program can meet our 120 tree minimum requirement.
Are you done?
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay. I think this has been a great discussion. I'm glad that we still have an opportunity to continue to pursue the outstanding issues. I think all the parties have good intentions, and we will have the opportunity to have Project Sentinel enter the process in short order. The one-on-one meetings are occurring, and the rights of the residents to take advantage of the housing authority paying for an independent appraisal. And through all those processes, I'm very hopeful that we will greatly narrow the outstanding issues. We may not be able to solve every one of them, but we're going to try. So thank you. Thank you to the Housing Authority for their ongoing efforts, our own staff that has done really an outstanding job throughout this process, and the residents for continuing to work on this process and work together with us to solve these problems. Thanks.
Councilman Vinger, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I want to skim this though. Yeah, as I mentioned before, I think we all want to see a new, beautiful and safer Buena Vista, but we want to get there equitably and fairly. I am pleased that Project Sentinel has been involved. I was pleased when I spoke with the Housing Authority last week and they said they'd done that. But I have to say, I've heard my colleague, Vice Mayor Lowing, make that point previously, and that's kudos to you, that we should really try to help the residents get to yes on this and get comfortable there. And it's been a long time, and I've been asking about Project Sentinel over and over again, and or other ways of helping. And so I really, this time, I'm glad that they have been engaged, and we gotta move fast. We have to really sit down and really be thoughtful. We have to make sure there's communication. We have to make sure people feel safe and heard in expressing their views. That I commend the Housing Authority for being open to appraisals and paying for them by the resident retained appraisers. But that's something we have to make sure word gets out. We have to make sure the communications are throughout the community so that people can feel fairly treated. I mean, what we all want is, yes, we want a beautiful new park, but we want residents in it who feel happy about it, who feel good about being there, who feel they were fairly treated and they're back in homes where they feel, that they got a fair deal. So let's try to do that. Let's all stay in communication. I really encourage all parties to do that and to let us know what we can do to support it. And I hope that we can get this moved forward in a way that people feel good about. And I really hope that I'm eager to hear the reports on the relocation programs. That's clearly important, by the way, I want to thank the students who came and spoke to us. That is very moving. That is very real. You were I'm sure you made your families proud, and I'm proud of you, and I feel honored to listen to you. So thank you for sharing what it's like. We're proud of you, and I hope this can get worked out soon. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Councilman Ku?
I just want to further say that, getting this project at the very beginning was saving Buena Vista and the residents, including that community. So displacement is a very heartbreaking thing. So I do not want to hear or see that unless it is the residents' choice. While we talk about time and place of what is happening and what is evolving with people and their lives. I think for certain people who are ready to retire, they are willing to give up their home ownership in order to go into a rental. However, there are those that are proud homeowners and want to continue to be homeowners. So I think that we simply need to respect everybody and where they are at and what their choices are, and not impose somebody else's choice on them. So the other thing is keeping families together. This is not an inexpensive place to live. And if, as some of my colleagues have said, if some of their college students come home, this is a way for them to save money while they're finding a job and stabilizing themselves in their early lives and new stages in life. Lastly, fairness is pretty important. So I do hope and I do know that the Housing Authority is doing their best and continuing to be fair and continuing to develop trust. Lastly, like Councilmember Burt said, please do take your opportunity to take up what Housing Authority is offering. But lastly, I wanted to ask, in terms of negotiations after the appraisal for a final price, if the Law Foundation I have very much appreciated all your work in supporting the residents, but if they're completely tapped out, is there opportunity for the residents to work with a realtor in order to support them and to negotiate for them? I think if that's something that you could discuss, that might be a way. So I offer that. And lastly, yes, I see the correction from 100 to 122 for the tree canopy. Thank you. That's it.
Director Leach, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just thank you, Mayor, to the maker and the seconder. Just wanted to make sure for the record that your motion includes the administrative changes to the record of land use action that staff noted in their presentation.
Agreed.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
And I just have one question on the motion to make sure that staff interprets it the same way I do. For 3B, update to the status of the live work preference. That would also be the status of that more kind of narrow focus that the Housing Authority doesn't believe is lawful to see. Can we prioritize Buena Vista residents over Palo Alto residents? Is that included in that language, or do we need to clarify that?
Yeah.
I understood it to encompass that question that you've had.
Okay.
Yes.
If there's more to it, then we would need clarification on that.
Should we add and amend the regulatory agreement accordingly to maximize the something?
So I think most of these items likely don't result in actual amendments to the regulatory agreement. I think it's more in the nature of preparing all of the surrounding agreements so that the regulatory agreement can be implemented, but we'll keep an open mind on that.
But I think it would be good to modify it to state update on the status of the Palo Alto live work preference and preference for Buena Vista residents.
Yeah, I'd like that clarification in there.
Yes.
Great. So the clerk can add that to 3B.
Is that after the disparate report comes back?
Sorry, one at a time. Sorry, city attorney, can you, and then I'll come back to you, Councilman Coop.
So my understanding is that there currently is the live work preference in the agreement to the extent allowed by a federal law, which the Housing Authority is doing the disparate impact analysis to discover if there are any barriers or problems to implementing the live work preference, which is a type of preference that we have in many of our other affordable housing projects. And we're also subject to doing that where it does not violate fair housing principles. I think it would be our expectation that if any barriers were discovered in that report, that we would collaborate with the Housing Authority to make adjustments to our program, to remove those problems, to mitigate them, to come into compliance with the law and maintain the preference to the extent possible. And we can talk to them. I can't imagine that they disagree with that approach, and we can make that explicit in the agreement. The agreement under their timeline won't be done by the time you need to, the study won't be done by the time you need to approve the agreement. Did I misunderstand your question?
No, you didn't, but I would suspect that we would want the disparate report so that we can understand the live work situation in Palo Alto and be fully discussing it so that we can be reassured of what is the steps or what we're not going to have or what we are going to have.
So my understanding is the timing means we have to work that differently. We have to commit to following the law and following the live work preference to the extent it's compliant with the law. And I think we can just talk to them about adding a sentence that says, if there's any problems that are discovered in their study, we'll work together to resolve those problems so that the live work program preference can be implemented to the extent possible. I don't think that we can do more than that unless the Housing Authority has an idea, because they reported that it does take a number of months to complete that study. And I think by that time, you really will have needed to approve this agreement if the project's going to go forward on this timeline.
Unless they can push out the deadline. Thank you.
And then just clarifying to the maker, direct staff to return not sooner than September 15th. That's accurate?
Yeah, that was intended to capture the hope that we could actually have more than 30 days if possible.
Okay.
And leave it open to attempt to, if everything hasn't been resolved, that can be resolved by that date, we would want to extend it a bit more. if we can,
Okay.
and if the housing authority can. Frankly, I'll just say that I appreciate that, they're anxious to move forward with the construction, but I'll be surprised if a couple weeks is really a deal killer.
Thank you. And Councilmember Vinker.
Just wondering if on that note, we want to have a status report on the ability to move out the September 15th deadline.
Well, that's why I'm leaving it up to our staff to work that through, because when would we schedule a status report? And so I'm counting on our staff to work with the housing authority to attempt to reconcile the date at which it comes back, pushing it out according to remaining needs to negotiate, and the ability to do that by the housing authority. So I'm seeing the city manager understand that intention.
Yes, I think it is implicit with the statement of the date that we'd like to have as much time as needed to resolve the issues while recognizing that we're working within the schedule as currently laid out.
So just to confirm, the if needed means that you will explore with the housing authority the ability to put it out,
Yes.
the date out. Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, may I speak?
Yeah.
Earlier this evening, Vice Mayor Lowing made an excellent suggestion, and so I wanted to quickly follow up and say to the Buena Vista people that are in the room this evening and your neighbors, I would like to offer you my business card. That way, if you would like to connect with someone that can mediate and you do not want to approach the housing authority directly, I'm happy to connect you with Project Sentinel, and they are they're a third party. They're not the housing authority. They're not the city, and perhaps that can help. My name is Melissa McDonough, and my card is right behind me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonough. And I know there are several wonderful ambassadors for Buena Vista. Hopefully I can kind of help organize that as well. But thank you for that. Okay, seeing no further lights, let's take the vote.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you, everybody. Let's move on to let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll move on to item 6 and city manager.
Yes.
A quick little update on item 7.
Yes, Mayor. I think at this point in the evening, it's pretty clear we will not get to item 7. So if the council is agreeable to that, we'll go ahead and release the staff that were in and members of the community that are here in anticipation of item 7.
I see no objection.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Back from our break, we're going to take up now item 6. And again, this will be our last item for the night. For those who missed it, we won't be taking up item 7. So we'll move on to item 6, adoption of resolutions amending the Evergreen Park, Mayfield, and Southgate Residential Preferential Parking Program districts, also known as RPP, to move parking spots in El Camino Real due to Caltrans repaving and bikeway project. Turn it over to staff for presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official, and joining me tonight is Nate Baird, our Transportation Planning Manager. And just to give a quick recap, this item follows council direction regarding the Caltrans El Camino Real repaving and bikeways project. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nate Baird.
Good evening, City Council. So while the larger Caltrans repaving and bikeway project tonight's actions are in response to extends from the 237 to Sand Hill Road, tonight's recommended actions are specifically in reaction to 2 business impacted segments in Palo Alto along segments of ECR that will have parking spaces removed, both separately set up by ordinance to serve employees within residential preferential parking districts in Southgate and Evergreen Park. We can go to the next slide. So again, there's our project location, the 237 to Page Mill Road. But again, we're specifically talking about 2 segments along 2 RPPs within this corridor. We are also, along the other segments of ECR and Palo Alto, staff will continue to work with impacted business and resident stakeholders as needed. But in response to what is immediately occurring in Southgate from Churchill to Park Avenue and from Park Avenue to California Avenue in the Evergreen Park neighborhood, the recommended actions support accommodating current employee permit holders through the end of the year while we evaluate ongoing parking needs and limitations in these 2 areas. Next slide. Next steps include a more general 5-point action plan to support impacted local businesses along the entirety of ECR, as well as a parking count and evaluation of block by block impacts in Southgate and Evergreen Park in the fall, to be paired with additional outreach with resident and business stakeholders. We have already distributed a survey to businesses along the entirety of ECR and Palo Alto to begin the conversations we will need to have. And last week, we distributed our 5-point mitigation plan to businesses door to door in the 2 impacted RPP areas. We also mailed and emailed resident and employee permit holders and stakeholders about tonight's actions with individual initial queries to a subset of residents and businesses that we had previously been in contact with about RPP policies. Neither businesses nor residents are thrilled about the potential parking impacts of this project. Next slide. Staff are undertaking a multi-pronged approach to mitigating the impacts of parking removal, including coordinating with the TMA, which will be providing up to 250 transit passes to employees, improving bus stops, providing additional bike parking, developing with businesses helpful curb designations, and alerting employees to readily available parking permit options in California Avenue garages and lots. California Avenue garages and lot permits are $650 per year, while $3 per year, and then $325 per 6 months. Is how much the RPP employee permits are. So they're slightly more affordable in the California Avenue garages and lots. Next slide. This is a map of our Southgate RPP, zone S1 along the that west side, and pink is the parking spaces that will be removed. Currently, we do not have any permits sold there to date. Last cycle that ended in June, we had 5 sold there. Next slide. This is the Evergreen Park Mayfield RPP. The Zone G permits on the other side of ECR in this area are the parking spaces that will be removed. We previously sold 48 employee permits through the end of June. We've only sold 38 employee permits in this Zone G this current cycle. Next slide. Again, the staff recommendation is to immediately accommodate current permit holders by allowing them to park in neighborhood zones through the current permit cycle ending December of this year, counting parking availability in the fall block by block with 65% as the target threshold to evaluate distribution of permit needs for 2025. This entails accommodating up to 50 permit holders in Evergreen Park Mayfield zones A through D and up to 20 more in zone S in Southgate before evaluating the need more precisely based on counts in the fall block by block. That's correct. Yeah, so next steps are to continue coordinating with VTA and Caltrans on the bus stop enhancements and to coordinate with Caltrans on future projects on ECR as well. Next slide. So again, staff recommends that council adopt recommendations, resolutions to remove the parking spots on El Camino Real from the Evergreen Park Mayfield and Southgate RPP districts, to accommodate 50 employee permits from El Camino Real Zone G into zones A through D in the Evergreen Park Mayfield RPP residential preferential parking district, and then to also accommodate 20 employee permits that were previously in zone S1 into the zone S neighborhood in Southgate.
Thank you very much. And with that, that concludes the staff presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's go to public comment first.
Our first speaker is Carol S. Carol S. Our next speaker is Deborah G.
I'm surprised how, with all the talk my neighbors have been carrying on about how upset they are about the thought that they might lose some parking in, or they have a modification to the parking permit plan, that more of them aren't speaking tonight. But I live in Evergreen Park neighborhood, and I've lived there for 40 years. And I walk around, I walk my dog twice a day for 40 years, and I ride my bike through it, and I scooter through it, and I'm intimately acquainted with every inch of that neighborhood and all the parking, and there's tons of it. There's tons of parking. So I don't know, I mean, it can easily swallow up 50 cars without trouble. At one point, when all the startups were going on and there was all those people coming to the Cal Business District, and our neighborhood was absolutely inundated with traffic all the time. That was a different world that just doesn't exist anymore. And I am astounded that anyone is even remotely bothered by this. I think they're really afraid. It took them so long to get the city to pay attention to their needs, and that was wrong and bad that it took that long. And so they're a little bit of PTSD on that, and they think, oh my gosh, I would let go now. But I think they're way overreacting. I have one neighbor who started carrying on and on about all these commuter buses coming through, and I wanted to say, when that was alerted to my attention, I brought it to Sylvia Starlack's attention. She acted on it within 24 hours and got the buses stopped in 24 hours. So when problems like that have been brought to the city of Palo Alto's attention, they've addressed it and taken care of it. All right, good luck with this one.
Our next speaker is Liz G.
Good evening. I would have to beg to differ with Deborah G., the previous speaker. I am a resident of 2500 El Camino Real. I'm a head of household of 3 at a very low income Mayfield place. It's on the west side of El Camino Real between the soccer field and Wells Fargo. I still do not know what neighborhood we belong to. It looks like from your map, it's the Zone G, which, by the way, we are not allowed to get a residential parking permit from the city because I have tried. We are a low-income resident, multifamily unit complex that have many working class folk that need places to park on the street because we have a dysfunctional parking lift. We do not have surface parking. We have people that clean pools, people that drive a van for a daycare center. We have construction workers. We have plumbers, resident people here who have no parking. They have to get to work. The parking lift breaks frequently, and we are not given an excused tardy at school for a broken Klaus lift, which is housed over in Walnut Creek. So what I have to say, I don't understand this whole stripping the front of Mayfield Place of residential or street parking. I don't even know. I'm kind of upset here because the city has promised to give me what kind of neighborhood designation we are. We are shifted around to different school locations. We don't have a neighborhood school. We don't fall under ordinances like noise ordinances for blowers, which Sand Hill frequently starts at 7:30 on a Saturday morning. There's the Socini and Wilson law firm that's using shredding machines. Sometimes they come and mow and blow at 11 o'clock at night. You can research. I've made complaints to the police department about it. We have tons of noise and air pollution here. We don't know what our neighborhood is. It's from the Mayfield Agreement of 2013. And now they're going to take away the very few parking spaces that working class folk here in this very low income complex rely on so that they can get to work on time or get their kids to school. And so I need for the city to work with Caltrans in a partnership. Yes, get the sidewalks done. We need to pay for those, but taking away parking for working class poor folk is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Greg F.
Hello. I'm Greg Forrest, the owner of the Bike Connection at 2011 El Camino Real. And I would just like to state there is no question that 50 parking spots will not get it. So many employees are avoiding paying for the parking because since COVID, they've been really laxed as far as ticketing in the neighborhoods, and they've allowed cars to be jockeyed from across El Camino to all different spots. So when it goes down to 38, it's because they're not ticketing the cars. And so once there's nowhere on El Camino to park for free, and the neighbors start complaining that there's cars in front of the houses, people are going to be forced to buy the permits. And then once that's the case, then you'll know exactly how many permits you'll need. And it would be way more than 50. It will be in the 100 range. And the neighborhood can probably handle that. But will the neighbors want to deal with that? And that's just one small equation to this. But the fact, when I went door to door and talked to other business owners, people are driving their cars and jockeying them around to save the money for the parking permits. You can get a couple chances of, you can park your car, go out at lunch, move it to El Camino, then you're good. Or if you come in and you're on El Camino on the southbound side, it's not permanent. So of course an employee is not going to spend the money. But anyways, I think your estimates obviously I'm against taking away the parking. It's going to destroy the businesses along El Camino. There's no question you guys will end up taking out the bike lanes and restoring parking because it will adversely affect the businesses along here. But in the meantime, you need to be closer to 100 to 150 parking permits. You know, just go down tonight. As I drove home, there was 40 cars in between Stanford Avenue and Park where it runs into El Camino. Anyways, thank you so much for this consideration.
Our next speaker is Carol S.
Good evening. I'd like to start by saying when the city council wanted to add 40 employee parking permits to the Evergreen Park RPP in 2018, it was the residents who came up with the idea to incorporate El Camino Real into the RPP. Despite this history of creative problem solving, we have not been included in any way in the creation of the proposal before you. Putting the negative consequences of the removal of ECR parking into the neighborhood should be the last option considered, not the first. There are other options for all day parking, employee parking, which are available for employees in the short run and others in the long run. Employees can already park in the neighborhood from 3 p.m. on, as there is a 2-hour availability window and the RPP ends at 5 p.m. Customers can already park anywhere in the RPP for 2 hours at any time. In the short run, as noted, employees could park in those facilities in the garages and lots that the city offers until such time as together the residents and businesses can create a better plan. Employees might be allowed to purchase permits in the lots and garages at a substantial discount to compensate them for any decrease in convenience. Low-income employees already get a permit at a very low price. This would allow customers to find parking in the RPP without competition from employees. Please advance the slide to the map, the next 2 slides down. There are 2 critical problems with the proposed plan, at least 2. And the first most important issue is that the current plan does not take into account the likely increase in customer parking in our RPP, which could be substantial. And it includes no protection for the blocks closest to ECR, which the city reports notes is already at their arbitrary limit of 65% capacity. You can see this easily by looking at the map of the RPP zones. So here are the zones which run from west to east. Where will people park? They will park on these areas, which are the closest to El Camino Real. There is nothing in the proposal that will distribute these much more broadly into the area. These zones were created to distribute parking from Cal Ave from south to north. This needs to be redone or this area will be inundated with all the parking. The second is that the staff is proposing a 65% occupancy rate, which took us all by surprise. In 2018, they were proposing a 60% occupancy target for residential RPPs, and that was thrown out by the city council at that time, recognizing that the target for neighborhoods is 0, and we count up from there, not down from 100. The proposed plan is also based on old data, and that needs to be corrected. The staff has asked
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
So I'm looking at an email, and Julie Lithcott-Haynes, you're a whole lot more articulate at this hour than I am, so maybe you can help me out because you were the liaison to the HRC and you were privy to the email. Maybe your colleagues also got it regarding the concern of moving. And by the way, the deadline appears to be the 26th. I'm sorry, the 3rd of September. They're going to move, and I say they, the Caltrans, along with, I'm told, the Palo Alto Police Department will not be assisting in this, which is good, but it's the Sheriff Department that's going to be moving these vehicles, 26 of the encamped vehicles with families. Now, the email also says they're trying to raise funds to assist these people. And I'm thinking, why does
a wealthy city like this not plan well enough to help these families before this and not have to be, looking for donations at the last minute and disrupting these families. So that's my big concern here. And I also have a very, very good friend who spoke about his business on El Camino, who's, worked tirelessly to have a thriving business right there on El Camino, a dry cleaning business that serves lots of folks. And it's going to make it hell for him to continue that business because of the lack of parking. Greg Tanaka, I also read your memo about the beauty of having bikes in that area. So I don't know how to reconcile all this stuff, because I do think that, we have to move in the direction of not having so many cars and gas fumes and all that pollution. But I don't think this plan reconciles the interests in a way that better planning could have involved. And I think that the city of Palo Alto needs to come up. You guys, you have consultants. You just signed a $3.5 million contract to look at, how we can better have businesses on the ground floor and this, that, and the other. But we can't figure out how to solve this parking problem and to help the unhoused people, not unhoused, but the people who live in RVs with families, to make sure the kids' school is not disrupted. And, that consulting fee of $3.5 million, geez, we could put a fire truck in station number 4, and we could employ 4 more fire inspectors to inspect so that we don't have a disaster in a fire area. So we just aren't doing a really good job at taking care of the people at the low end of the economic scale. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Natalie G.
Hi, I'm Natalie Geis. I'm a resident that lives maybe a half block off of El Camino. I was here in April to support the bike lanes, and I love living near Cal Ave and along El Camino and supporting our local businesses. And so in supporting the bike lanes and now kind of looking at the mitigation for the parking challenges that folks are having with their employees, happy to support and support the expansion of the RPP program in my neighborhood. And also just hearing my neighbor Liz earlier, would love to make sure that the folks at Mayfield Place are included actually maybe in our permit designation as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard H.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Richard Hackman, and I'm a volunteer with the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and Chair of the Government Affairs Committee. I'm here tonight to speak in support of including employee parking permits in the Evergreen Park and Southgate RPP districts. This is an important part of the overall mitigation strategy to account for the loss of parking along El Camino Real. The inclusion of employee parking permits in the RPP districts is a fair, reasonable, and prudent mitigation for businesses and workers located along the El Camino corridor impacted by this change. We thank city staff for their outreach and work on these and other mitigation efforts, and encourage the City Council to vote in support of this tonight. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Justine B.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Justine Burt. I'm the Executive Director of the Palo Alto Transportation Management Association. And I want to let you know I spent the afternoon visiting 20 businesses along El Camino Real, and I talked to a lot of people who are very nervous about losing 220 parking spaces on El Camino Real, but also a lot of people who are open to taking the train or bus or biking. I asked, where do your employees live who work at your small business? And I heard Palo Alto, East Palo Alto, Mountain View, San Jose, Redwood City, and Hayward. So guess how you can get to Palo Alto that doesn't involve a car from those places? So bike and e-bike for Palo Alto, East Palo Alto, Mountain View. Caltrain is a wonderful alternative to being stuck on 101 in traffic. from San Jose, Redwood City, and the Dumbarton Express comes over from Union City BART. And the woman I talked to who lives in Hayward said she lives right near the Hayward BART station. She could take it to Union City and then jump on Dumbarton Express. So there are alternatives. There are transit pipelines that come into Palo Alto. And as you know, the Palo Alto TMA offers free transit passes to people making less than $70,000 a year, so they can take the Caltrain, VTA, Samtrans, Dumbarton Express. We also work with local nonprofit Bike Exchange for people who would love $5 a day Bike Love rewards, that as soon as they cross the invisible boundary around Palo Alto, $5 goes onto a virtual debit card they can spend immediately. People who don't have a bike will get them a refurbished bike through Bike Exchange, along with helmet lock and lights. So I know a lot of businesses are nervous about what could happen over the next few months as the shovels go in the ground on El Camino Real. I heard starting September 3rd. There's a lot of nervousness, but there's also a lot of potential as bicyclists are biking on the new bike lanes and at 10 miles an hour can see the businesses around them as opposed to driving down El Camino Real 35 miles an hour, 40, 50 in some cases. Maybe it'll be more business for these small businesses. So I just want to let you know we're doing a commute survey right now. We're asking people, what city do you live in? How do you get to work? If you drive, are you open to a sustainable commute? And everybody who gives us their name and email and says they're open to a sustainable commute is going to get an email from Sana and from me. So just want to let you know help is on the way. Thanks.
That concludes public comment on action item 6.
Thank you. I'll return to the dais for further discussion, questions and motions. Councilmember Koo, was that on from before? Then that is fine. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thank you very much. I just want to give a perspective from the ECR ad hoc committee, which I'm sure Councilmember Burt will join. What we have to understand here in the terms of the total public is that we're in crisis mode with this decision by Caltrans. That's just the starting fact. It wasn't our project. We asked them if they could skip certain areas and not take out as all. We discussed all that, and it wasn't going to happen. They're going to put them in, and they're going to put them in on a very short timetable, as you just heard. I mean, we have a matter of weeks. So you do things in crisis mode that you wouldn't do if you had a year to plan this. And what the staff has come up with and presented to the ad hoc committee is a whole sort of a comprehensive plan of various things to do. So I just hope that the public focuses on the total plan and not just the initial impacts to the two RPPs. On those specifically, it's noted in the staff report, it's been noted in the committees, it'll be noted and noted. We're going to count cars and we're going to see what happens in the next cycle and decide, how many we need or don't need in both of those RPPs. Really appreciate the update, unexpected and very helpful from our PATMA executive director. Current data is always good. The bike racks, the cheaper tickets, the parking tickets, no, the reverse parking tickets, the cheaper parking in the lots is going to be a draw. So we just have to try some things, and that's what's happening here with this plan. And I think staff needs to be cut some slack, frankly, because they put together very quickly something that is pretty comprehensive. And we're going to try these things out, and we're going to make adjustments. But we have to understand that we are under the gun. These spots are coming out, and the paving's going down with striping for bikes, and we have to find a place. And there's more going on than just what is here. I'll say that as well. But I appreciate the comprehensive nature of it. Things have changed since the original RPP were put in. I've always supported each one as it's come along, but it's post-pandemic and things are different now in terms of the work at home. That's the starting point, and staff has taken it from there. So I certainly support this plan and know that we'll continue to look at it and revise it.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Yeah, just to follow on. First to speak about kind of the high level of what we're doing on El Camino in general, and then to talk about in these neighborhoods and the action that we're taking tonight. So my understanding is that under a car count, there were about 230 cars or so parked on El Camino, the length of the city. When that count was done, I'll assume there's some plus or minus at different times and things. But as we just heard from the Palo Alto TMA, they're doing an outreach to the businesses on El Camino. VTA has now come forward with 250 discounted smart passes, meaning folks can ride all the VTA buses for free, and El Camino is the best bus route in the county, served by the 22 and 522 every 15 minutes or so. And so a high percentage of those employees, low income, can qualify for the VTA passes or a Caltrain pass or the other programs there. And what we had heard really from this last year in the Finance Committee is where the TMA had been working in downtown, those small businesses said it had helped immensely in employee retention. That when they had those passes, the employees didn't jump around because they suddenly had transit to go there. But that's not all. The staff is also accommodating businesses there with short-term parking on the perpendicular streets immediately adjacent to El Camino. So if you have a laundry or a pickup of something, the businesses can request a 15 or 30-minute or a 2-hour parking right there. The staff is coming back next week with a plan to help the RV dwellers on El Camino. And the staff is now offering bike racks for all these businesses along El Camino so that the increased bikers can have a place to park when they frequent those businesses. And then lastly, this RPP program, along with the permits in the CalAV garages. And on that RPP program, just to frame it, when we started adopting RPP programs, the downtown North neighborhood and Evergreen and several others, University South, were really inundated with parking. And the previous council set limits on how many permit parkers could reside in the different zones in those neighborhoods. And in Evergreen, it was brought down from whatever was the number 300 and plus, well over 300, to 250 permits. And that was a reasonable compromise. It wasn't everything that the residents of Evergreen wanted, but it took from a severely overflowed to a balance that was there, that residents could generally be able to find parking either in front of their house or nearby. And it's important to remember, these are city streets that we residents don't own. In my neighborhood, I have tons of parking almost all the time for community the community center activities that have grown and grown. And I don't have a right to always be able to park in front of my house. I use my driveway more than I used to. But what then happened after COVID is the demand dropped away. And at the same time, we built a massive parking garage at Cal Ave. Those two things eliminated that problem. And they came back and said, well, why have 250 parking spots there when they're not needed? And between the 40 or 50 on El Camino and those changes, we went from 250 down to none in the neighborhood. So now we're looking at bringing back to 50. So it's really comparing to 300 and something that was before the RPP, to 250, to 0 to 50. And I just don't think 50 is going to be such a big deal. Now, there are other things we have to look at. Valid point that the zones were previously set up to primarily deal with the CalAV workers and only secondarily with the El Camino workers, although they've always been there. And we may need to adjust the zones to reflect what that challenge is in the next 4 months. We'll look at that. But those additional 50 spaces are not going to be overwhelming. And then I do want to ask staff to follow up with Mayfield Place. We've heard a lot of complaints over time, but they're kind of an anomaly, and we have to figure out how do we make it fair to them as well, because they're not a business and we haven't set up a program to accommodate them. And so we should look at that, and I want to ask that that gets followed up on. I'm glad that the occupancy in the neighborhood was 85%. We at one time we deemed that as the unacceptable threshold, and we're about 65 now. Is that right?
Yeah, so when the program was initiated, there were several blocks in Evergreen Park, Mayfield, that had over 85% occupancy.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, the workers on El Camino, they'd be eligible not only for the Sherman lot, but also the Cambridge lots. Is that correct? They can buy permits there?
The permits for the California Avenue district give you access to any of the garages.
That was my understanding. Great, thanks. And can you reiterate for us there, we have an even more discounted permit rate for low-income workers. Is that correct?
Yes, so it's 75% off for low-income workers.
75% off. So that's what price?
$650 annually minus 75%.
Okay, so a couple bucks a day. I will note, by comparison, we have low rates. I had to attend a VTA BART meeting the other day in Oakland and park for 2 or 3 hours at $24 for 2 or 3 hours. So $2 a day is or so is a pretty good rate.
Yeah, sorry, $162.50.
Great.
Yeah, per year.
Per year. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinger.
Yes, thank you. I largely concur on that. I know that learning of the employee permits going into these neighborhoods was a disappointment for residents and businesses with respect to the number, but it does seem like this is very absorbable. I won't repeat all, of course, what Councilmember Burt just said, but I'll put even a slightly finer point on one part of it. If we look even at zones A through D, which is the part that isn't, the Sherman parking garage side, those in 2021 had 125 employee permits, and now we'll have those 50 over there, and it's it's less than half of what was previously. So while I understand it's worrisome, I think it's a great it's a good, very, very good solution, and I want to commend staff for doing all the creative things with the bike racks and et cetera. And Ms. Burt, thank you so much for what you did today and what PATMA does every day. I think that is really helpful, because not only do you have these programs and you're out there telling people about them and listening to them and finding out what they need and trying to really make it be part of this solution. So I think that's just a tremendous service to the city and to the residents in this instance. Quick question. There was a reference in the staff report to yellow and green curbs. Can you tell me what that is as opposed to red or not marked at all?
Sure. So the green curbs allow for kind of 15 to 90-minute short-term stays, depending on what's needed. And then yellow curb is for commercial loading and unloading, depending on the need for the local businesses.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. So my one remaining question is, I appreciate that you're going to go count the cars in October and get this data and then analyze it and consider, make some recommendations about allocation of permits in 2025. Does that come back to council at all? Or are you proposing just to go forward with that, or what are the steps?
So I'd say it depends on what we see and what we hear from our outreach. If we're hearing that everything's working, that there aren't concerns or things have not worsened, or our data is not showing that things have worsened to pre the implementation of El Camino Real, then we would probably not necessarily make changes. And I'll say that's maybe the unlikely scenario. If there are changes such as a redistribution of permits that need to be made, because we have all these different zones where we say, okay, this zone is being overly impacted and we want to move permits to a different zone, we would work with the residents to make sure that we're meeting, best meeting their needs. We can do that administratively. However, if we need more substantial modifications, we would need to come back to council. And I think it just really depends on the reaction that we get from the outreach. Are we meeting businesses' needs? Are we meeting residents' needs? And if we need to make a more substantial change, more permits, a reduction in permits, those are things that we would need to come to council.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to staff for putting together a terrific report. And just want to echo the sentiments that have been shared about the urgency of the circumstance we find ourselves in, with Caltrans having decided what it wanted to do, and really the El Camino not focus group, ad hoc, really working hard to ensure that Palo Alto's needs are met, even as this massive state authority has a plan for what it's going to do in the corridor, which includes us. So I find this to be a very skillful resolution of the problem in front of us right now, which is this thing is going to be repaved very soon. And we have to have a plan. And then you're going to study it and have more data when it comes time to setting 2025 numbers. You'll do that based on really up to the minute information. And I think, in my view, balancing the needs of residents along with that of businesses, which includes customers and employees, it's a tricky balance. And I appreciate that residents are concerned, and yet also what Councilmember Burt said about, we all have to remember, we don't have the right to park right in front of our house. Yes, it's more convenient, but sometimes we're all a little bit inconvenienced because something is happening nearby. And I want to ask residents, where would you have the customers and employees park? They're an important part of our city also. We rely on them to contribute to the vitality and vibrancy and sales tax of our city, which helps make everything go. So we are this ecosystem, and I just commend you at the staff for really doing a yeoman's job here to solve a challenging situation quickly. So I look forward to, hearing more about this when it comes back later on. But for now, I intend to support precisely what you've put forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I want to join Councilmember Vinker in thanking Ms. Burt for visiting all the businesses today, obviously, and also to provide them with the information of what the Palo Alto TMA can do for their employees, given that the parking has been eliminated. I just want to make sure that I understand or clarify that, there's the talk about it's a crisis, it's an urgency. I went to the community meeting as well as heard Caltrain say it over here when they approached about the repaving. They specifically stated that they'll leave it for the cities to determine the removal of parking from El Camino Real. So at the end of the day, it's not Caltrain's. They said they gave us the choice. But not only did council choose to eliminate the parking, council majority, for bike lanes, but it also is taking on the liability possibility of accidents and potential injuries and death. So I just want to put that on the table and clear that up. And the other part of it is that Caltrans had known that they were going to be repaving, and they could have informed the cities of this long ago. But if I recall, the meeting was not, the community meeting was very close to the council meeting. I do want to say, you know, according to our comp plan, it also does say to meet the residential and commercial needs, that encourages commercial enterprise, but not at the expense of the city's residential neighborhoods. That was something that was said many, many years ago when we were dealing with downtown's parking situation, which moved to California Avenue and then to the Evergreen Park and Mayfield. And the other part of this in the comp plan is it says the city is committed to retaining existing businesses and maintaining vibrant commercial areas. I don't know how is the city committed to retaining existing businesses when it's doing things like this that could potentially cause these businesses to close. Lastly, maybe, I want to say that it's unfortunate that as a council, we are creating an atmosphere of distrust and animosity between the businesses and residents. And I've seen the letters that come into staff as they are trying to implement or trying to get surveys from residents and businesses. And it's not nice. And I do apologize to you. I've seen it to Nate. So I do apologize for that. But we are creating a lot of angst for a lot of stakeholders here. And I do want to remind that it's now 50, you study it more, and when businesses come back, if they come back, there's going to be more parking that is needed. When do you stop? When do you stop and actually take a time to preserve Palo Alto's livability and the need to work together with a priority on neighborhood quality of life? When do we stop infringing into neighborhoods? I will not be supporting this. And thank you for your work.
All right, it's the first round. I'll go next. I have to respectfully but strongly disagree with Councilmember Koo. Caltrans made it very clear that they own El Camino Real, that they control those parking spaces, and made it clear that they were moving forward with this project, whether the city council endorsed removing of the parking spaces or not. I know staff pressed them behind the scenes for months leading up to that vote. They would not give a clear answer at that meeting. I guess back in June now, I pressed them as well, trying to get them on record to say that they would respect the city council's wishes if we decided to not remove the parking spaces, and they would not give that answer on the record. And I think it's very clear from their actions over the last several months that they were moving ahead with this project, and we made a decision as a council that it would be better to work with Caltrans to improve the project, which thanks to the ad hoc and staff, we were able to do so. So I think it's really important that we're clear on the facts and not misleading the public, whether we had that authority or not. The facts are it's Caltrans right away, and they were moving ahead in this direction. So it's unfortunate we're in this situation. It's unfortunate that Caltrans has put us in this position, but we do have to make the best of it, and we do have to find a way that is going to be able to help mitigate those impacts on those businesses while also respecting the neighborhoods. I have a question for staff. The staff report states that some zones in the Evergreen Park RPP are above 65% capacity. So at least that's how I read it. It said most are below. So I assume that means that some are above. So is there any protection in this plan for those zones and streets that are exceeding that capacity in order to be able to ensure kind of parity across the streets within the full RPP?
Yeah, so that's part of our administrative tools where we can shift the permits. Unfortunately, those zones, currently the impacts are without employee permits in them. So noting that the impacts that we measured were without employee permits. So once we place employee permits in those zones, we have the administrative capability to say, we're going to only allow this permit to be sold in whatever zone we want to allocate it to in order to make it more balanced. And so that's part of what we hope to review when we do our first counts.
Okay. That'll be good. I'm glad to see we'll be able to be nimble in that area. And what was the outreach like to the residents associations in this? I think one of the speakers made a really good point about in the past, they were consulted and able to improve upon the RPP. I think that collaboration is really key to be able to get that buy-in and support from the neighborhood. What was any outreach done kind of specifically in that way, or plan moving forward to be able to ensure that they have a seat at the table?
I would say it was, limited. We spent a little bit more time doing outreach with the businesses, but I did have a meeting with a couple of residents in person. We had some ongoing, I restarted some email conversations that we had previously when we were talking about RPP policies. And I am committed to continuing that conversation over the next few months. And I will be visiting out there frequently to continue that conversation directly with residents.
Great, please do. And I encourage staff to maybe, if you don't know who are the right.
Sorry to interrupt, but we did send letters out to all the stakeholders in both of the RPPs. And then we also emailed all of our current permit holders in both of those districts, both residents and employees.
Okay. And I know it's difficult to get a hold of everybody. We are hearing from some key stakeholders saying they didn't hear. So I would encourage staff maybe also reach out to council as well for us to be able to kind of help in that process of connecting you to some of those key stakeholders. But yeah, I agree. I mean, no one likes to lose parking spaces, whether it's public parking or not. Everybody is frustrated by that. I do think these recommended employee permits do tend to be minimal and falling below where what the caps were just a few years ago. Clearly, that parking study needs to be updated. I do think we're as we're getting further from the pandemic, parking demand is increasing, but I would be surprised if it's that much more significant than it was there. So we are really kind of talking about a range of about 4 to 9% of the available parking going to these employee permits. I don't think the impact will be felt all that greatly, but the negative consequences on the businesses not being able to have employee parking would be devastating. And so what I'm trying to kind of balance out the impact on the businesses that impacts all of us and the loss of a few parking spaces. It's that's where I fall. So I do reluctantly support the recommendation, but appreciate the ad hoc and staff working on this so quickly. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yeah, thank you. Essentially, Mayor, you made the major comment that I want to make, but I just want to make perfectly clear and adamantly that this was not the preference of the council to do what was done. That was strictly at the direction of Caltrans. I sat for hours and hours and hours in those ad hoc meetings, and it was very clear. In fact, that reluctance had the sort of collateral benefit of them being willing to work with us on other things because they weren't going to work with us on reducing the amount of space that was going to be parking. So that's why we got ballards and bumps in the road and a lot of other safety things. But that was the trade-off or the give that they gave us because they were not going to move off their regional plan that had to go through 3 towns, all lanes, and that was it. So I just want to make that really clear. And there is some benefit now in the pandemic. We have post-pandemic. We have to see if these rates, if the population goes up or not. But right now, obviously, it's well below the employees walking down Cal Ave, unfortunately, and things like that. So we just have to keep monitoring it. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, just a couple follow-ups. One is that as I got thinking about, we've had this low income discount for parking permits. But $70,000 a year is, it's actually in the, let's see, I'm just looking at a chart. It's closer to just above the very low income threshold for, according to our county AMI. And low income actually goes up to, for a single person, up to about $100,000 a year income. And since we put that in place, now time flies, but 8 years ago, earnings for low income workers and cost of living have gone up and up and up. Minimum wage has gone up a lot, and all the lower income wages have gone up above minimum wage, to the point where many workers that we think of as low income are now above that $70,000 limit. And we only have 2 tiers, full price or steeply discounted. So the point being that I think we should look at a second tier that would go all the way up to the upper limit of low income, which is about $100,000 a year. And so that those restaurant workers, those retail workers would also qualify. Now, ideally, we want them to take advantage of the transit passes and other ways to get their superior biking to their workplaces, even going forward. But I think we want to be able to, if they must drive a car, we want to be able to have them be attracted toward those garages, and we have surplus space there. There also, there may be, as a result of this, when we were dealing with RPP initially, it was primarily the overflow from our 2 downtowns, University, north and south of University, and Cal Ave, and for that matter, the original one was College Terrace from Stanford overflow, a different reason. As a result of this, we might see some neighborhoods who are impacted by employee parking elsewhere. Like I know that off of Military Way in Barron Park had been looking for possible RPP. So I just want us to have staff be receptive that even though we don't have the overflow parking that we did from our downtowns, we may have some other neighborhoods that want to request that, and that we may need to be responsive. And then lastly, the points that were made about the additional safety measures on El Camino. When Caltrans came forward, they just wanted to stripe the bike lanes, and this council pushed back, and Caltrans said, gee, they didn't think they could accommodate the best practices that our Safe Routes to School program and we were pushing. And lo and behold, we have been able to get them to do that. That means the intersections are improved. It's not just a bike lane, it's a fully separated and protected bike lane in most of the areas where it's not there. And the Safe Routes to School program, who is really attuned to the needs and safety of kids going to school, both most of all crossing El Camino and secondarily on El Camino, but we have a lot of new housing going in on El Camino. They went from being very ambivalent about these bike lanes to saying now all these safety measures they really believe are going to improve child safety on bikes. It'll improve it for adults as well, but I think for all of us, our biggest concern is child safety. And so it's important to not forget that now in the net, after these additional improvements, the cross streets, intersections, and El Camino will all be safer for bikes. And I think that's a big deal, and we want to not lose sight of that part. So I don't know if you want a motion. Okay. So before us tonight is just the more narrow action, although I want to add on a couple requests of staff to pursue things, not actions tonight, but referrals. So can we get on the screen the staff recommendation? Okay, and I'd just like to add referrals to staff to evaluate a second tier of low-income parking permits. I think staff understands that framework. To respond if requested to any other RPP requests from impacted neighborhoods going forward, and to engage with Mayfield Place to address their off-street parking needs, or off of El Camino parking needs. And that's the only three I can think of. Maybe to clarify on the second tier, which is to have a tier that would go, pricing that would go up to the 80% AMI for a single person, county AMI, approximately, we'll say.
Not to try and disqualify this second one, but just to note, we already do have processes in place for responding to RPP requests.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. This is just to really anticipate and recognize that if we have new ones as a result of the changes on El Camino, that we're particularly receptive to them. With it, and we have to recognize that new RPP programs, we don't want them to exacerbate a worker parking problem. So this is going to be a balance we'll have to strike. I just want us to recognize that it's a potential issue to address. I don't know if we have a second.
Second.
Okay. I don't think I need to speak further on it. I just want to thank staff for really coming up with a multifaceted program to mitigate the impacts of the parking loss on El Camino with 5 different program elements and with an understanding that it's going to be dynamic, and if we learn that we need other adjustments, we'll make those adjustments.
I second that speech as well with no amendments.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Could I offer the maker and the seconder a friendly amendment to just clarify what we mean by Mayfield Place? We can call it 2500 Mayfield Place, or just Mayfield Place, capital P, yeah, just adding that cap, yeah. Is 2500 Mayfield Place okay with folks?
I think it's a named location. That's the affordable housing development titled Mayfield Place.
Yeah, I'm hearing from a resident who's asking us to.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Because a potential addition, maybe to direct staff to prioritize additional employee parking in the local parking garages on, where's it at?
Well, do we need to prioritize? I mean, it's available. We'd be adding an additional incentive by having another highly discounted tier, but I don't know what prioritizing would mean.
Well, I mean, prioritizing by looking for additional incentives to be able to encourage employees to park in parking garages rather than in RPP.
Yeah, promote it. Yeah.
Okay. So
sure.
That's okay with the seconder?
Sure.
And I suppose that could, one of the things that these businesses may not know how discounted the low income pass and this new very low income and the new low income pass is. So maybe that's really the way we would promote it, is just make sure they're familiar with how cheap those are. We heard from the bike shop talking about the expense of that, but I'm not sure they realize it's $160 a year or something like that.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, if the motion looks good to the maker and seconder, then we can call the vote.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
No.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, thank you. And since we moved item 7, sorry, City Manager, was there a date certain for that?
No, we'll need to get back to you and community members on a new date.
Okay, thank you. With that, we are adjourned. Have a good night.